Yo, what's going on, everybody? Xanthos Vice here, and we are back with some more Punishing Ray Raven. I hope you guys had a great day today. Yes, I'm straight back into it, but with the new update. Yes, it is finally here. After all the updates that we've seen for a while with all the other characters, this is where it matters most. Where our girl Alpha back in the fray, and looking like its main story. Thank God. Let me just actually make sure, just for confirmation's sake. Yeah, boy, that's what I'm talking about. Come on, give me that. Homecoming Void. All right, sweet. Anyway, where we last left off, we had finished Kamui's floating record, and oh my God, what a story! Let me tell you, Kamui is definitely one of the best boys. I mean, so is Watanabe and Lee. Some of the others, but it's like, goddamn, Kamui really shined out there. He impressed me. Because again, it's like he didn't go with that same facade, or not facade, but like he didn't act like that same guy like normally. It's like it happened, but it's like you can kind of predict that he was kind of hiding some form of insecurities within him. But I did not think to that level. Like, oh my God. And seriously, the whole story, the way that it's like it built up with like the characters from his past, and then throughout the entire journey of understanding how it got to that point, and also Azal being the bad guy, it's like wow. And like I said, the contrasting ideologies between both Azal and Kamui, spectacular, truly spectacular. The boss fight was also really good too. It was a bit different, some similarities, but I was like, oh no, not the twins thing again. God damn. But then again, it's not exclusive to them, but that's where I remember that move most from. But yeah, overall, really great story. Like I said, I tied it with No One's as tied for the best floating record, but we're not here for that today. We are here for our queen of PGR, it's not from Ishmael, Alpha. And as you did see, I was lucky enough to pull her. I'll be honest, I did not think I was going to be able to. I did a bit of the endgame stuff last minute. Like, literally early today, I went ahead and did it. And I was able to pull for her, and now I'm just trying to save up for her weapon. Because I already had like 9 or 10 rolls from this, if I remember. Yeah, 10. So I at least do have the new alpha frame, Philo Tree next. I did not actually look at that though, so I don't know what's up with that. Inverse current attack, and I forgot to check out the live stream, or I mean the VOD of the live stream. So I am going in completely blind. All we know is kind of like how the end of the floating record ended. That had something to do with Vanessa, and seems like Babylonia is in trouble again. But is it just merely that it's like, oh, is Babylonia gonna fall to the surface again for the 3rd or 4th time? I doubt it. But we'll see. I'm very excited because it does also seem like, once again, because it's Alpha, Lucy and the Commandant are going to be back as well in her story. And it makes sense, right? There's no way you can have one without the other. And I really love this splash art they have here. It's gorgeous and so cool. So yeah, although I don't have her weapon or her cub, obviously, I will work to that, I promise. This time I am doing the endgame stuff. I just went ahead and did the basic stuff that I could do. So like, I had the memory stuff saved up for when I was grinding, like, just when I was doing some of the dailies and weeklies with Kamui. Oh, damn, that's so fire. It's so hot at the same time. What the hell? Anyway, so yeah, I also hyper-tuned the memories. I just got the weapon that gives you to max just for the sake of it. And got her mostly to double S. I'll be honest, I didn't know that you could pull I didn't know you had to pull the shard only after you get her. I thought it was like you could do it before, like the other characters. But I guess it's kind of similar how like with the limited characters like Rosetta, you have to pull them first and then you can get the shards. Because I did not think ahead for this, so I just went ahead and tried to get Han Ying to at least get to SS2, so then she could get close to SS3 to get Magpie Stroll. And there was another person I was doing this for. Oh, Rosetta, yes, because I had her only at regular S before, but now I finally got her at double S. what to get her Radiant Surge at some point, but I'm gonna say that for the time being. And also, I think I already used all my resources for that anyway. Guardian, yo, what's up, Guardian? How you doing? I saw you also did a stream for this earlier today. I knew you'd beat me to the punch. I would have done this earlier, but unfortunately I had work today. But luckily it wasn't that strenuous of a work day today. It's not like 8 hours like it was for Sunday. It was only like 5 hours. I did a longer stream. Nice. But yeah, I'm really excited to see what they have in store for us with my girl Alpha. But of course, I gotta check her out. Like, I actually haven't yet. When I did my daily stuff, and yes, I mean the weekly stuff, like the endgame stuff, I did just use, what's that called? I just used my regular Lady Chu Shukra team, because I was like, if I'm gonna have to replace Alpha for Lady Chu, I might as well use her right now. I mean, I can still make a separate team for it, because surprisingly, I did look at her effect, and she has Ignition. Guardian, I got Alpha, Double S, Weapon, Cub. She's amazing. Damn. My dream. Well, hopefully I'll be able to get that through the end of this event, which I probably will. I mean, to be fair, I have 44 days, so I'm pretty sure I should be able to get there at some point. But yeah, I was actually surprised about it. Yeah, she kicked Dante out, so now he's chilling with the people. Wait, really? Oh, okay, for the Ignition team? Wait, I forget. Did Dante have an Ignition feature? He probably did, but I just don't remember. Oh, yeah, he did, okay. It just sucks I didn't have his weapon, but it is what it is, you know? At least I have it for Virgil. That's what counts. But yeah, I actually was surprised that she actually is. Like, don't get me wrong, like, she is a fire character in herself, and when you remember the splash art for her main story chapter, it did show flames, like, in the background, so I guess it makes sense. But it's like, her being a fire and ice type unit, I'll be interested to see how that works. Because, like I said, I'm not hating on it. I think it's interesting. Like, yes, I know, it's kind of similar to like, oh, but you had Todoroki and My Hero Academia. Well, it's like, whatever. This is Alpha we're talking about. She's gonna turn it up like 10 notches at least. Or let her have flames. Make her ice. I mean, to be fair, she is hot as fuck, but also she is cold as ice. So, if anything, it works perfect for her. So, yeah. And interesting how it shows association like
Today,
the follow.
After extensive deliberation,
oh wait, what the hell?
The Science Council has granted its final approval.
Oh, I don't even know what this is.
A proposal to establish the Mind Research Institute
wait,
at
what
the
is
FOS
this?
Military Command College is now authorized.
I don't know if I should skip this.
Dominic has named this grand initiative to explore the mind's internal structure, Phyllotree of Osea. A global joint research system will be established, with key participation from the TEC, the ARU, the ACA, and the KCC. From the North Atlantic to the Antarctic, over 100 laboratories will be deployed, each synchronized with ongoing planetary transformation projects to ensure all potential risks meet prepared contingencies. The mission of the Phyllotree of Osea is to penetrate the deepest strata of the mind, to decipher the fundamental principles that allow it to host human consciousness. Our latest findings confirm the existence of anomalous nodes within its structure, and that sufficient infusion of human consciousness into these nodes can grant test subjects remarkable capabilities. One final note, not everyone shares our vision for the future. After the session concludes, you are to keep today's discussion in absolute confidence.
Wow, it really is like they're actually treating you, the player, as the commandant. I love it. Guardian, it's just explaining Phyllotree with lore. Ah, okay. They gave her a special animation, like, well, that's what I was gonna say, because when it showed up, like, what was it? It showed in the beginning of, when you first launched the game after the update, it was basically like the same cinematic when you rolled the 5-star character of the special banner. I was like, whoa, that was sick. And also her animation, like just in her idle animation, that's amazing. Give her a special animation. Yeah, it's like, it's awesome. Oh, okay, what the hell? Ah, shit, I'm trying to get. Here on this Phalo tree, every consciousness can find its corresponding light. Okay. Enter the consciousness time. Wait, this isn't chapter 35 though, right? Lava Collab is going bonkers. People feel they got greedy, but hey, if you wanted Cyberpunk, you should have been saving for Cyberpunk. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, like, again, I get it. It's like, with how amazing the characters you already have, and then going to Cyberpunk, and then having Lucilla, it can seem greedy, if that's the take we're talking about. But, I mean, to be fair, we had already talked about Cyberpunk a long time ago, right? It's different from if, like, they only announced it, like, only a couple months ago. But this was, like, since... Wasn't it towards, like, the end of last year, the beginning of this year? Right? Am I remembering correctly? A lot of people don't understand how collabs work because what was a lot of people's baby's first collab. Ah, okay. Yeah, I could definitely see that. Yeah, they gave you a whole year. Yeah, that's what I mean, because... That's the thing. When it comes to at least Kuro, they're at least giving you the benefit of the doubt. And again, it's like you said, for new people, it's just because they didn't even know this was a game until now. They only know about it because of the collab, but that's it. They announced it right after they announced DMC5 for PGR. Yeah. But again, that's the thing, right? It's like, it's still at least better that they told you something rather than not telling you at all. And also, they did give you a long time to do that, because it was the same for DMC5, right? Even after BRS, it's like, you still had a substantial amount of time for it. So it's like, if you weren't in it already, then that's just on you. That's just your own bad timing. That's not the bad timing of, like, the developers. Of course not. And again, at least with these collabs so far, at least in the collabs that I've seen from Kuro games, they haven't disappointed. Sephora Mercy, okay. But that's cool, they actually give you like a general explanation of the Philo tree of Osha for those who didn't remember. Because it's like, I knew generally this was to like have a better understanding of what the mind really is. Because if I remember, it's the same thing, right? Like it's not the core, what is it? What links the mind? The Inver device, right? We talked about how the Inver device, no one really knows what the inner mechanisms are of it, or I guess more to the point, like how it really connects to the mind. They just have like at least some of it understanding, but not the full 100% deep thought out through information of it, right? So it's nice that they actually at least tell you this much for it if you weren't paying attention, or if it's just been a while since you played. New players will be able to get them because they get the whole game to clear. Long-time players know better than to blow your pulls then complain. Exactly. Because that's the thing with us from the PGR community. It's like, we spend time on this, and we don't have to spend too much time on this game to grind for stuff either. Because again, they're pretty the rewards you get are pretty bountiful or plentiful, however you want to say it, in this game compared to a lot of other gacha games. I'm not saying it's the best, but it definitely is a lot better in that it doesn't take too long to catch up to things. And you do get rewarded much more often for your progress than you actually do in other games. The reminder is nice because, to be fair, it's been 6 months. Exactly. That's the point. Explore stories to unlock new Sephora dossiers. Oh, that is cool. It's kind of like a tarot card. Emotions draw its strength from a deep faith in life itself. When the will of all beings resonates as one, the tide that rises from it becomes the Sephora Mercy. Oh, is it like we're gonna look at each branch overall? Like, we're gonna see each of the branches of the Philo tree? Like, as we move further along the story? That'd be cool. PGR is very generous. People are discovering how nice 100% rate up is in NTE. Yeah, exactly, because that's the thing. You basically get 100% rate up in this game compared to, like, others. But still, this is pretty cool, I will say. Like, god damn, does Alpha look amazing. Like, come on, you cannot say this is the best looking character in the whole game. You can't. It's undeniable. Like, don't get me wrong, a lot of these other characters look great too, like Ishmael, Virgil, Bianca, the new Teddy, all that. Don't get me wrong, they're also great. Oh wait, she is something for the Philo Tree too? Okay, interesting. Oh, okay, I guess it's gonna be the latest chapters because again, this is kind of in part to the Philo Tree. Or I guess when we started like bringing it up, we're all out for the fan favorite. I mean, they have to, right? If they didn't, there would be problems. There would be problems. Let's be honest about that. And also, this is a cool loading screen for it. Alright, we'll leave that alone for now. But before we continue, I gotta try her out. Unlock Philo Tree Chapter Homecoming Void. Not now. I'll do it later. Or on my own time. I don't know. People were crying that she's limited, but we all know they're pulling. Exactly. It's like, come on. Even if you complain about it, you know you're gonna pull for her anyway. Like, seriously. Now that she's come out, who are you gonna pull? Who are you gonna pull at this stage of the game? Like, let's look at the rerun characters right now. Like, Lilith's okay, but she's more like, if you don't already have a dark team, there's no reason to pull her. Shukra, I mean, it just depends on what ice DPS you want, but I mean, regardless, you just choose one or the other. And Bianca, it's like, she's a good character, but it's like, you kind of have to understand how to use her. I mean, I don't perfectly know how to use her. I still don't really understand how to use her. I kind of like, it's like, I know at least the basics when trying to use her, but it's like, I don't know how to really fully utilize her as I should be as a self-proclaimed experienced player in PGR. So, it's like, unless you're ready for all of that, then there's really no reason to go for anyone else but Alpha. Or, I mean, Lucia. I'm surprised they're still calling her Lucia for this, but whatever. It's probably a story reason. But anyway, like I said, before we move on, I gotta check her out. Yeah, we'll do the tutorial stage, of course. And then we'll move on to the main story. And it's like I called it, bro. She was gonna be a main story chapter. There's no reason for her not to be. I mean, it's Alpha for crying out loud. Oh, that entrance. Oh, that is sick. Okay, tap the yellow orb to cast Dusklight, gaining Blade Intent. Based on the number of orbs painted. Blade Intent is shown on the outer ring of a fixed orb. The fixed orb can be used to switch between Adachi and Kodachi. Oh, so she... Oh, okay, so back to like how she had the two different blades. Like how she had the short one and the long one. Okay. When Blade Intent is full, press and hold the charge, enter Abyss-born form, and get Malison. Malison is used to cast signature moves. Okay, so press and hold. Continuously press and hold. When Blade Intent is full, press and hold fixed orb until fully charged to cast Sonance or Outro. Within 1 second after entering Abyss-born form, keep holding or tap yellow to cast Silent Night. Oh shit, okay. Automatically exits Abyss-born form after 1 second. Casting Silent Night Catalyze or River refreshes the timer. Okay. Whoa, those invisibility frames. Whoa, it's like when she does her slash wave projections, but doing it from like a close range and moving around too. Okay. During basic attack combos in Abyss-born form, the Abyss-born timer is paused. Final hit grants Malison and ends Abyss-born. Okay. Okay. When the fixed orb is a blue orb, Adachi is used. Tap the fixed orb to switch weapons. Control time. Wait, what? What is going on? Oh, I see. Damn it. There's something wrong. Sorry about that. I don't know what's going on. It's not working. Okay, I don't know what's going on. I'm gonna restart this. I don't know why it's not working. Like, clearly I am pressing the buttons and it's still working. I don't know what the control timeout thing is. But if it keeps going like that, then I'll probably just have to just go on with main story. I mean, to be fair, I've been napping for like at least 15 to 20 minutes. Yeah, so this is fine. Oh, I see. It's filling up the bar in the bottom. I see. That's how that happens. Oh, and that dash. It's kind of like when that robot butler did the thrust move. She fills up her ult bar differently than other combos. Oh, there we go. I don't know what I did differently. Okay, when mouse is full, press and hold signature until fully charged to cast Myriad Calamity with Adachi. You make a mistake, tap again to return to the previous state. Oh, okay, cool. Whoa, what the hell? Whoa, it's almost like Hayuki's thing. But it's like, again, the way that they angle and the effects are actually pretty different. It's like, it looks similar of a move, but it's actually different. I like it. I want you to switch orbs, but doesn't explain. Oh, I see. That's what that was saying. Okay, thank you. Yeah, because it's like, I was pressing the other button for like switching too, and then I'm pretty sure I pressed the orbs at one point, but I didn't really understand, so it's like, I thought I was, maybe it's like, oh, I'll just like hack, like, kind of like just button mash until something works, but I see. Thank you for the clarification. If signature is not fully charged, Gadachi cast Relinquish instead. During the countdown, timeline calculation is triggered, and double slash orbs are granted. Oh, so it's like two different ults. A short ult and then a longer ult. Given that when I redid the tutorial. Oh, okay, good. That was the other one that's missing again. Cool. I always love the little like end screens they have for after this. Like it really highlights that they really do care about showing off the character. Like come on, if they're that amazing, like practically movie production, you gotta show off. You have to. Damn, now I kind of want to have both alphas on the same team, but it's like, what would be the point? They're both just amazing on their own. Would you ever need to team them up? The blade says it's full, hold. Oh, okay, so one and then a heavy with multiple slashes. Got it. Quickly tap any orb 6 times or keep holding fixed orb to automatically cast available skills. Oh, so it's switching it. I see. So when I'm pressing those other ones, it's already switching. Because I see a circle going around the switch of Adachi and Gadachi. Okay. I get it. Yeah, signature fully charged. Whoa. That like black hole was almost the same as the one like Luna generates. Awesome. And also those slashes. I think I said this before that it's like it kind of reminded me of a Raiden Mei's ult when she was the Hersher of Origin. Or no, when she became Hersher Finale. Yeah, when she became Hersher of Origin in HI3. Because she also had a moment like when you were almost finishing the ult, you could just slash like repeatedly for a while and then it does the final slash move. So it's like, that's the one where I was like, it's kind of seems similar. But again, I like how it actually is like made up differently. I'm glad for that. Because again, it's like, Sure, some things can copy from others, but it's like, not Alpha. She doesn't need to copy others. Like, she is her, period. The super massive damage against old bosses, so styling is kind of annoying. Ah, okay. Gotcha. Effect process. Yeah, we'll do it real quick since we actually did get through. Everyone copied out after she came out. Exactly. There we go. Everyone copying Alpha after. Exactly. So she's the OG. That's a fact. With carrying ignition effect, inverse crown gains an equal amount of the blaze as the team builds combustible charges. Once enough is accumulated, it converts into stacks or blaze stacks. Okay. In Wayfarer state, so basic state, using basic attack with tapping yellow orb to cast dust light, both grant combustible charge and an equal amount of a blaze. Once enough blaze is accumulated, it converts to a blaze stack. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, because I see it's generating the combustible too. I see. Oh, I pressed it too early. There we go. Ooh, there's the blaze. Tap yellow orb to cast Dusklight, gaining blade intent. Then do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Seriously, I love this swirling effect. Like she is the storm, basically. Yeah. Like why wouldn't? Oh, she's actually creating a black hole with her own hand. That's even better. Zanko and Never Risk to Evidence is another alpha copy. Oh, okay, really? Because I haven't tried out. Thank you for the info. Alright, so now that we tested out the best character, it's time to move on to main story, which I'm really hyped for, because like I said, this is main story. I want to see how this goes. And is it going to connect to anything relating to, like, Kamui? Or, okay, maybe not Kamui, I mean, what we learned. Well, then again, we didn't really learn it. It was just more like, we were supposed to retrieve intel that will then be established later. I guess that's the main thing. So let's actually just go ahead and do this. Homecoming Voyage. Okay, 28 parts. Okay, that's almost as long as Kamui's, but it's a bit longer. Because Kamui's was 25 parts, but to be fair, Kamui's was very long. But, like I said, to be fair, Kamui's story was amazing. Or, I mean, his floating record was amazing. So, I'm not gonna hate on the length. If anything, it actually did kind of need it because you need to establish a lot of the things and the characters to then really understand like the emotional points in that floating record. It was way too nice to not be playable eventually. Exactly. She just has to be straight up. Okay, 41-1 Hunt. She stares at the figure in the crimson waves. Familiar and yet not. Decades carved out of her life float there, drifting red. Oh, and it's already a fighting mission? Let's go! They are not holding back. Right from the get-go. Love it. 2 years have passed since the outbreak of the punishing virus. Shrubs sprawl freely along the riverbank. Geese claim the dead reeds for their nests. A cold wind cuts through the withering landscape. Ripples carve their patient scars into the surface of the water. Beneath their feet, the shore drifts slowly away. Oh, right, yes, because again, they lived with their mother at the time. Or was it just the mother, or was it both parents at the time, before the punishing ended, or the corrupt ended up at their place? Lucia signals for Luna to stay silent, then drops to a crouch and slides a rusted hunting rifle from beneath the boat. This is her last weapon. She still remembers watching her father use the same rifle to pick off rabbits nibbling at the garden vegetables. If he could do it, then she should be able to. gaze shifts toward the geese sheltering in the reeds. A hollow ache sounds in her stomach. She hasn't eaten all day. Eat the sin. Eat it all and let the weight of you be yours alone. Somewhere deep in the folds of her mind, an adult woman's voice loops endlessly. Above, the geese scatter and bank. Lucia pushes the voice aside. Just as one day you will have to kill me to survive. Shot erupts in a thunderous spray, countless pellets tearing her outward into a shrieking wall of steel. It goes to panicked flock mid-flight. Yo, what the hell is going on? Liv, Lee, Vera, Bianca, Wanshi, Zun, Earl. The river cracks apart. The boat dissolves at the shadow's edge. Wet light swallows everything, and a vision punches through. Blood drips. The lower landscape of corpses rises in heaps and ridges, an ocean of slaughter. Stands at the seam where shadow tears away from light. Ooh, I love the green and red accents on these flames, and with the black too. It's similar to like how the Tsubaki frame was formed, or the Tsubaki skin is, right? Oh, and the detail into corpses too. Wow. Sees a rugged path winding into gray fog. Way forward, uncertain and veiled. Wait, what? Is this gonna be that same place between space and time? Right? Like, this is that void, right? The one where Dominic was last time? That we saw through Nemo's memory? Is it? At least that's what I think of when I see, like, this white, like, mist. Sees a blood-red sun bleeding into dusk. Figures locked in combat side by side, carrying the fragile weight of what hope remains. She's an academy bathed in radiant light. Jagged crimson crystals and bones bleached white, drifting through the infinite expanse of the universe. The magnificent and the shattered blur together, forming into a distant silent void. At the farthest edge of the vision, she looks down upon herself, standing before the mirror. Light and shadow tear through her spine. She stands where the Ascension Network ends. She becomes Alpha. The fog. Chapter 1. Ah, okay, so it is gonna be the fog again. Right, I forgot. But yeah, that's supposed to be the space between time and reality, right? Because again, we kind of saw that through the Lucia Pyroff chapter. One day beyond all the paths that pulled us apart. Ah, damn it. I didn't get enough time to read it. Eh, it's fine. Whoa, what the hell is this? What's with all the crystals?
あの霧ベンジも近くにいるはず
Ravenge? Dude, look how crazy huge her sword is! I didn't even realize it till now, god damn it! That's a long ass blade. Where's she stored this sword anyway? Does she just put it behind her? Or like on her back like Trunks or what? Wait, to be fair, it is a very cool sword, don't get me wrong. Oh no, not the mist or the fog again.
誰
一つ、二つ、三つ。ナイトランプがいっぱい。お星
Wonder
様
how
から
she
出る
shaves
光っ
it.
てどうやって帰るんだろう。
どこか懐かしい気のせいかしら
I would be interested to see how you do sheave it as well, because it's like you can't even do the Trunks thing where you throw the sword up in the air and then you just turn around and then it just lands in the sheave. I don't think that'd be possible with the way that it's structured. Or is there a way to condense it or take off the blade part of it? Oh great, where am I going now?
お前らがどの星にたどり着こうがどうだっていい。史上最大の花火ショーを拝ませてやるよ。
それ胸不死不滅深淵よひれ伏すがいいはあそれうんはあそれはあ無双 胸栄光よ愛好の尾をつかめまたあの子供誰なの
Oh, I see. I see. I think. I see. So it's a smaller blade here, but then she equips it onto this part. And then that's how the blade extends. I get it. Okay, that actually makes a lot more sense. Because I was gonna say, no way does she just hold it the normal way. But it's like, I see. It's like she's basically like switching out blades. Almost. I mean, it's not really, but it's like she's starting with a shorter blade, but then she just attaches it to something else to make it a more powerful and longer blade. Got it. At least that's why I think it is. That's what I'm assuming.
まさかルシア教えてくれたのは本当に人を必要としている場所に行きたい
Whoa, what's with this alpha cannon?
地上の前線でも
Never seen
あ
that
の
before.
力が作り出した元凶ね
What in the hell is going on? I'm also kind of surprised we're kind of going through this, because it's like, I thought we already kind of resolved that,
ま
that
たあの子
Alpha's
供
Alpha, that she's no longer Lucia. Or at least not the Lucia we know. I'll be interested to see how it kind of like goes back to it, because
この季節になるとガンは暖かい家に帰るの
at least when it came to live, she didn't, she kind of lost her memory.
生きていかなきゃいけないの
これは私がルナに言ったこと
And also with Bianca, it's like, it's a different timeline, so I'm wondering why this is a... Wait, what? Wait, how'd this happen? I just stood still. Oh my god. There we go.
無双ふし不滅深淵よひれ伏すがいい胸
Seriously, where in the hell even is this place anyway? I've never seen it.
ファンス
Wait, what? This is FOS? Or maybe a remnant of it? What is going on? Dreams asunder. Appropriate. FOS Starship Babylon. Wait, what? Oh, so this is FOS College? I mean, yeah, actually, now that I think about it, FOS College would still exist, right? Not like the FOS labs and stuff, but FOS College would still technically exist because it's like, how else would you get more commandants anyway? Go figure. Alright, settle down. Look here. I'm actually taking it now. After jostling one another, several students fresh in their FOS college uniforms fell into a line beneath the FOS monument. Whoa, what the hell? We actually have more character models that aren't the constructs? Or just members of Babylonia? Or the specific organizations? That's a first. But yeah, if I remember correctly, Vanessa was with someone else, right? Who is supposed to be like a new commandant or something? Is this the person? At least I think so. Youthful smiles were frozen in the terminal's image, kind of preserved. That turned out great. Yeah, come on. You have to be in the next one. It's our first college anniversary as actual students. Can't just stay behind the camera the whole time. Thanks, but I'm good. What I'm actually curious about, though, why does the FOS monument only have the top half? Oh yeah, my dad mentioned that once. Is that back when it was on the surface, the FOS monument was carved from a single massive piece of black rock. Sorry if I don't really have a range of female voice, or any, to be honest. I'm trying, okay? That's what matters. If the heads, the student gaze up at the towering black monument. Yeah, seriously, what even is this? It's been broken clean through in the middle. Darkstone's jagged edges, meaning cold and sharp at the fracture. Like a gaping wound that refused to heal, yet was forcibly preserved in that very state. I'm actually kind of surprised we're actually at FOS now, right? Because it's like, we're supposed to be from FOS College, and only now we talking about, or actually seeing the place where we supposedly studied. But then again, I guess it's like, we never really have a reason to go back, right? We're always just focused on saving the world and just staying in Babylonia. There's kind of no reason to go here. Still, it's surprising it actually took this long for us to actually get here. If this is the actual FOS College, it could just be another one of like FOS's properties or something. Beyond the monument, several commandants who had graduated from FOS stood together. Why drag me into this anniversary nonsense? The grave of commandant's the one they should be fawning over. Wait, I'm not at the anniversary? Seriously? But I'm the I'm the valedictorian. Or I think I was the valedictorian in my class. Right? It was the FOS anniversary. Following Academy tradition, cadets stationed at ground front lines across the ARU acted like the transatlantic economic community, Kowloon, and beyond celebrated simultaneously at their respective posts. After all, even on an anniversary, the gears of civilization never stop turning. Given FOS College's emphasis on hands-on surface training, only a small fraction of faculty and students remained aboard the FOS starship at Babylonia. Only the newly enrolled freshmen, the logistics personnel, a handful of instructors, and a few commandants completing their graduation internships were left to keep the somewhat vacant alma mater company on its birthday. Ah, okay. Well, I guess that actually does make sense. With one small exception, of course. While waiting for Bombinata's external memory module to finish maintenance, Vanessa found herself unfortunately swept up in the freshmen's festivities as a star commandant. We invited the Grey Riven Commandant too, but got word the commandant's still tied up on a surface mission. Already agreed to come, just couldn't make it back in time. Oh, okay, so it's like, I was invited. I mean, again, makes sense. I was the valedictorian in my class, and I am the Grey Riven Commandant. But damn, another person? This is crazy. I mean, I know they'll probably be tied in this main story in some way, but it's like so many different ones? They're right at the start, too. Oh, my bad. Hello, you must be distinguished graduates of the college invited. The curious Frenchman crowded around them. Nessa furrowed her brow and cut Eliana off, words laced with clear impatience. What do you want? Sorry to interrupt. We're new students at FOS, and we were wondering, why is only the top half of the monument here on the starship? Listen up. I'll say this once, so pay attention. Anything else, take it up with your instructors. I'm not your history lecturer. The FOS monument on Earth was intact. It bore the complete inscriptions, the Academy's founding history, its distinguished alumni, and a full chronicle of major events. Then the punishing virus broke out. The area around FOS got swallowed by war, and the monument collapsed during an accident. The superintendent at the time wanted to make a smaller replica here on the starship, but Dominic overruled him, insisting on relocating only the upper half intact. Wait, what'll be the problem with a small replica though? Does it actually have like some amazing properties? That's like, it needs to stay rooted on Earth, and if they did, whatever effect it has on Earth, it'd have an effect on the real world? But again, if you're saying a replica, it might not be based on the same material though. Interesting to see actually Dominic's like, no. And right, I forgot, FOS was already established even before the punishing virus. That's right, because we already learned that back then. Because they were already doing a whole bunch of research even back then, right? Like, what was it? Project Barleycorn being one of the examples, right? It was one of the things already either introduced by FOS College or something that FOS College had invested in. So, right. So, it would have been like, yeah, there is an FOS on the surface, but this is a different one, like I said. Relocated intact? But why? Wouldn't it have taken way more? Nobody knows why. Vanessa tilted her head back slightly as light from Babylonia's artificial dome fell upon the monument standing tall on the starship, surface gleaming brilliantly. In the Academy records, Dominic left exactly one statement about it. That's it. Electronic coordinates can be blocked by space. Only torn vessels will be able to serve as anchors for each other and follow fate's trajectory to return home. At the time, everyone thought it was just another riddle Dominic left behind. But the... Wait, what? Oh, it's actually affecting this too. Okay. Oh no, yeah, because this is see-through, duh. Only torn vessel will be able to serve as anchors. Oh, so it's... By splitting it apart, it's like a homing beacon for the other, right? So it's like an anchor point. Oh, okay. Let me guess, Dominic predicting a possible future again. Or a future that he's from. Where you actually did need two parts of it. Babylonia is under attack. Several attacks are targeting the FOS starship. Oh, fantastic. Already off to a rousing start. But hey, at least we're not wasting too much time. As the last footage of the FOS starship stored on Babylonia finished playing once more, Asimov turns out the terminal. Below, you flip through the complete reports on the FOS starship. 3 months have passed since the attack, and Babylonia just barely managed an emergency landing. Before stability could return, the FOS starship ejected and separated without warning. Wait, what? Oh, okay, so that's why it's like... Oh, I see. So the FOS that Alpha was probably on was the actual FOS. Or at least the actual FOS college, where the bottom half is. And it's been 3 months? What the hell? Damn, I mean, props to them for still surviving. Jeez, what happened? Babylonia never gave up the search for the FOS starship. At first, the science council could barely pick up the intermittent signals from it. 20 days ago, the signal vanished completely. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it is a starship. You would have to have at least some way of tracking it. So is the communicator we brought back from Azet any help? That's Azet communicator, is exactly why I called you here. Oh, good, so we are bringing it to the plot. See, this is why you play the Floating Records, guys. Not only are they very interesting stories and deep lore bombs, they actually have input in the story, believe it or not. Yeah, Azet. For those who didn't remember all those 4 long streams I did. A military garrison base affiliated with FOS. During the post-pandemic age, it carried out Project Barleycorn, which aimed to create genetically enhanced human weapons. It was once Conway's home when he was still human. Search for FOS signals. Conway and the commanded later returned to Azet, recovered a communication device, and finally said goodbye to the past. But hey, Asimov, good to see you again. It's been so long since the beginning of the last Floating Record. I know, right? Seriously, why wasn't I in on that shit? Think of all the research I could have done. Anyway, I didn't expect much from it, honestly. Just wanted to see if it might offer a different angle. But it picked up something unusual. Our static crackles through the audio as Asimov plays it back. What is this? All the best to you. All the best to you? Asimov raises a hand, motioning for you to keep listening. Through the bursts of white noise, faint cheers and lively chatter drift out, conjure the image of a joyous celebration unfolding. Lovey-dovey, happy. What, is it like they're stuck in a space where time is like looping? Like maybe it's like the day of the anniversary, but it's like looping over and over? Kind of similar to like how we kind of looped in that one like mini universe. Plagued by noise, the audio recording drags on, difficult to discern. Then comes what sounds like a chorus of voices, each taking a turn to offer blessings to the newly engaged couple. Almost feels as though the communicator has mistakenly caught a broadcast from some proposal happening far below on the surface. Though it bears no connection to you, the unguarded joy and laughter, piercing the distorted static, hold an oddly moving quality. See through your ears, gently soothing a heart grown restless under the weight of endless tasks. Research Sephira. Whoa, okay, there's something. Sephira? Within the garbled transmission, a term all too familiar surfaces without warning. Yes, Sephira. I had Rosa run a full analysis on the audio through multiple methods. There's no possibility of fabrication. How did the Zed's communicator pick this up? That communicator operates on a fixed frequency anchored to the surface level FOS coordinates, designed for two-way communication between FOS and a Z. Oh, okay. Oh, is that what happened? Maybe they're actually back at the actual FOS college, like the original one, right? When they needed a place to land, maybe the bottom half or the top half of the stone actually reacted to the bottom half, and that's where they are. But then who would be talking about Sephira? No one there has any clearance to that information, right? Unless maybe it's Icing and her crew, but I doubt they'd be there that early. Because they didn't even get the communicator. I'm honestly kind of surprised they didn't, unless they didn't even know the existence of it. But no, would they have known about it? I guess it depends on how much Marlis really knew, right? Because we don't know how much Marlis knew about FOS and Sephira, right? Like, maybe she knows a bit about FOS to an extent, like, you know, we were coming forward through, like, communications and whatever, but how would you know about, like, Sephira and the Follow Tree of Osha? Oh, my bad. Designed for two-way communication between FOS and a Z. Naturally, the signal received would originate from surface level FOS. But surface level FOS should have been abandoned ages ago. No people, but there are still other things there. You mean the FOS monument? Dominic overruled everyone back then, insisted on bringing the upper half onto the starship, no matter what it took. And now a signal like this turns up at all times. There may be critical elements at the original surface level FOS site that were never fully investigated. The military had issued a new mission to investigate anomalies at the old site. Which squad was assigned? It was going to be Cerberus, but I intercepted it. You did? The reason I gave was that Cerberus lacks a command and capable ground deployment, and therefore cannot handle unexpected emergencies on site. Yeah, I mean, fair. And the real reason? Pops on the main screen and turns his gaze over. This audio file isn't as straightforward as it appears. The underlying data shows abnormal fluctuations, and its electromagnetic signature doesn't match any recorded frequency band. It's possible someone deliberately engineered the signal so Babylonia would pick it up, or precisely so we couldn't. Alternatively, this audio originated from an unconventional source and happened to be caught by Zed's communicator by pure chance. Oh, I see. Like it's a trap, right? Or like they knew that someone would have this communicator by now. Interesting. I guess that is a plausibility, and again, we don't know if we can really just leave this to like Lee's brother to handle that, especially considering he did used to work with Ascendants back in the day. So like you don't know who else could have been listening on at the time if given that information. And again, what do they mean by the top half? Do they mean more than just the monument? It's like there's like a whole like basically underground area of FOS. Well, actually, I guess there could be, right? Because to be fair, there's an underground part of a lot of places we've been to. It wouldn't be that surprising if they had that as well. But seriously, how much authority did y'all give Dominic to just say like, fuck no, you only get to take the top half of FOS and that's it? Like, bro, what the fuck? Like, I know he's supposed to technically be our hero and everything, but still, man. People don't act like that when you see people criticize Superman for trying to help people even if it even though it indirectly causes problems. You call that out. But this is like, yeah, nah, it's Dominic. Fuck off. Both feel a little too convenient. Then, a third possibility exists. This audio most likely doesn't belong to our timeline. Ah, so I was right. Like maybe there's a time paradox in there, or maybe it's like a bubble universe. It is plausible. Because again, we've been through unnatural timelines and universes before. We had that with Selena Pianissimo. Her chapter was kind of like that too, where she was just stuck in this like endless loop with that other mechanism we faced a while back. So there is that possibility. Doesn't belong to our timeline? The Hetero Tower? Right, it's like, again, we did have to go through the Hetero Tower, in which we went through many timelines, or alternate histories, in which we met multiple different dead ends. The Hetero Tower. The Hetero Tower. Here? In this timeline? Is that possible? Right, because we were supposed to have negated it, right? It shouldn't be back anymore, or at least not for a long time, right? Because, again, from what I remember, in the first timeline that we were in, where we had a true, like, dead end and impossible ending, the Hetero Tower fell much earlier than it was supposed to, right? That was the main point. And again, it's like, I don't believe it would be time yet, even if it's still supposed to come at some point in time, right? We would at least be a bit more prepared. So I don't believe it would be, but yeah, if it somehow is though, that'd be unreal. I can't confirm it yet. That's precisely why I kept the decoded audio restricted. The fewer people who know about this, the better. Yeah, because you don't know who's listening in, right? Because if people learn about the Hetero Tower, they'll possibly learn that we kind of altered history to a certain branch, right? And then who knows who's going to try to take advantage after, or who's going to sell us out to the Ascendants or whoever. It's too risky. Especially since, again, we're not all completely, like, aligned as the best of friends, right? Like, we're supporting each other, but depending on the stances, things could shift in someone else's favor at any time. And it's also why I want you to take on this mission. Me? I mean, come on, who else, dumbass? Your background at FOS College, combined with your field experience from the Hetero Tower campaign, makes you the best choice. Whether it's docking with the starship once we reach the coordinates, or investigating whatever secrets the old FOS site still holds on the ground. Yes, finally, we're actually going to FOS. About damn time, bro. Because we even learned that FOS College, like, the institute we were at itself, it had its own secrets, right? Not only like their secret labs or anything like that, but the college itself had its own secrets. But we just don't know what exactly it is. And again, maybe it'll also tell us why he wanted the bottom hat to stay, right? Like, does that also have something to do with this? And again, if we have to deal with the Hetero Tower, we are the most experienced, considering we died probably at least 100 times there and came back. However, unfortunately, we don't have Ishmael to give us the reset button. But we'll just have to deal with it. And there's the timing. When the FOS starship disappeared, the college was in the middle of its anniversary celebration. Most active commandants were attending the festivities at their respective posts. Alright. Yeah, I see. So that's how Vanessa got wrapped up in it. Makes sense. Wait, then what about Simon and the others? Are they there too? Or were they on their own missions too? Put simply, we don't have anyone better suited for this right now. Quip rises to your lips, but the words never find their way out. The FOS starship, the Hetero Tower? Starship carries colleagues and the next generation of cadets. The Hetero Tower threatens all of humanity. No matter how you look at it, there's no room for error on this mission. Seriously, like, this was literally the mission built for me. Is it finally time for the Grey Raven Commandant to be back in the spotlight again as the main hero? And think about it, saving his old school with the new students. when whatever great threat looms against humanity again. Classic. I see. The old FOS site. You remember the archival photographs you once saw in the FOS library. It was a solemn, dignified campus radiating an air of proud glory. The FOS starship was built as a near-perfect replica of that original campus, meant to carry humanity on its journey to the stars. The shining dream never came to pass. When the punishing virus broke out, FOS College lost over half its faculty and students in battle before their evacuation order arrived. The starship launched amid the chaos, leaving the campus behind in a desperate scramble. Secret remains in the ruins below? No one knows. Seriously, finally some FOS secrets. This is what we've been waiting for since, maybe 4 or 5 chapters. As for the rest, I've already said more than enough. Celica will forward you the mission briefing. Watch yourself out there. Got it? Will do. FOS College. Where could it be now? Close your eyes. Memories hold fast, vivid and untouched by time. Professor Vermeer brought mechanical dynamics to life. Even the dullest structural diagrams turned vivid in his hands. For close quarters combat, it was Instructor Lester, a cold weapons specialist. Taught you everything you know. Oh, finally! We're getting some lore from my FOS days! Dude, we never talk about it! Seriously, for how decorative a guy I am and how we keep saying, I was the best from FOS, we never talk about it. But at least now, with the timing, we're finally learning. And seriously, specific instructors too? Instructor Lester, he looks pretty cool. I guess that's why, right? Because they're supposed to be the past, the present, and the future of Babylonia and humanity, right? So that's why they all get imaging. Eliana and Valen, upperclassmen who later turned faculty. Oh, so that's why they had visuals, or actual faces. That does make a lot of sense then. But seriously, my upperclassmen? I didn't think we'd ever talk about our upperclassmen. I thought we'd just talk about, our class. And Vanessa, who accepted the invitation to visit FOS on its anniversary. Seriously, there's way too much on the line for me to chicken out now. It's a starship built to forge humanity's future leaders. College bring the hopes of generations. But I see. It's a separate structure. I always thought FOS was either a very smaller scale that exists within Babylonia's huge bubble, or if it was just already implanted and they just call it a starship because it's on Babylonia. I didn't think it actually was just a separate starship. That makes this even more interesting, actually. Even after graduation, you return regularly. Invited to lecture, to dissect combat scenarios, every hallway, every familiar corner, students wrapped with attention, professors who once shaped you. Are they alright now? And why of all days did it have to be the anniversary celebration? Maybe as if it's calling for me. Thoughts in turmoil, you open the file from Asimov again to watch the last footage of FOS preserved in Babylonia's records. Why drag me into this anniversary nonsense? Graver Commandant's the one they should be fawning over. We invited the Graver Commandant too. Shows the starship alive with laughter and celebration before static snow swirls the screen. Well, 2 days later, aboard the transport, Lucia rises to her feet, makes her way to the rear storage compartment for the 3rd time, double-checking the mission supplies. That's the 3rd time you checked them. Sorry, Commandant. I swear, why can't we ever have, me back with the whole team again? We fight with the whole team. Come on! I know it's not the best team, but come on. What's the last time we've ever actually teamed up and fought as one unit? We need that. Especially if this is supposed to be our chapter. For me, for Lucia, for Alpha. What better can you have than a whole cameo of the entire Grey Raven squad? Making a scene, Lucia furrows her brow and pulls up her terminal again, checking how much farther you have to go. Is it the nightmares again? It's nothing. I probably just knocked my memory module during routine frame maintenance the other day. Nightmares? Oh, right. Wasn't that the same thing in a Crimson Weave chapter, right? Because they were able to like share thoughts and memories. The former Lucia and the current Lucia, right? Even though they're two completely different beings now, it's like they were still at their core Lucia. So, but that was also the problem with the danger of potentially merging together, or just not existing as the same people anymore. I'm just saying that's happening again. Be honest with me. Moment of hesitation, then Lucia speaks, her voice heavy. These past 2 days, I keep recalling hazy memories of the fog. Oh, interesting. So she's thinking about the fog? Really? That's a first. We haven't talked about that in a while. Seriously, the last time we talked about it was was it just in Lucia Pyra's frame, or was that also in the Live Limpidity? I don't think it was then. I think it was just that. A region of twisted time and space created by hetero towers and filtering, filled with the remains of worlds that collapsed during the filtering process. Right, yeah, because, again, the filtering, right. I forgot about that. Because, again, like, to be the chosen, right? Endless white fog swallows are fractured dreams, and everything dissolves into the haze. But I shouldn't be having dreams like this. Hetero Tower never shows itself here. Just the fog shouldn't exist in this world at all. Right, because they only exist because the Hetero Tower caused a tear in reality, right? In which it allowed for the fog to actually exist. Otherwise, it only exists in a separate realm and doesn't leak into ours. So why is that? Oh, is that maybe what it is? Like, whatever's happening at FOS, maybe in, like, is a chain reaction to both the past and the present, or the original FOS college and the FOS starship interacting with each other, with those like those parts of the pillar. Maybe it's causing some kind of a anomaly in which the fog is appearing again. And if it is, that would also explain how maybe time is kind of lapsed there. I don't know. It's still too much I don't know yet. If anything else feels off, promise me you'll tell me right away. I will, Commandant. Black Hair Consort gives you a smile in return. Dude, after that Lucia Pyroff chapter, it's like, don't you dare ever let go of her hand, Commandant. God damn it. This girl is too precious. Don't you dare. Not for 1 second are you allowed to let go of her hand. That's just for Alpha, then maybe we'll think about it. But anyway, besides the point. Don't let anything else bad happen to her. Please. She's had enough from all those alternate timelines with the Hetero Tower. And that terrible ending in that alternate future. She speeds the transport banks and descends, thus swirling it up in its wake. Below, the ruins of FOS College rise into view. The campus, once magnificent, lies like the skeleton of some great whale, stripped bare by time. Only the shattered prism tower at its center still catches the light, its fading brilliance refracting the blood-red glow of the setting sun. We're here. So this is FOS. Yep, this is FOS. Yeah, I was gonna say, it's like, aren't I still on part 1? God damn! How long is this intro? Wait, what? Whoa! He had the geese flying too? Wait, what's this?
All the best to you.
Oh! And there's no time recorded because time is unstable there.
Lovey-dovey. Happy. The research on Saphira
The research on Saphira.
testing. Say yes to each other already. Rooting for you.
Ah, interesting. So we can actually hear the recordings. Are we gonna maybe find more over time? Prism Square. Only the fragments of prisms strewn about, and the tower, still standing tall, bear witness to the glory that wants to find this place. Oh, or is it that maybe the two pillars kind of make a makeshift hetero tower? That would be nutty. Okay, temporary camp surface. Beside a withered tree root, a petite silver-haired agent sits with downcast eyes staring into her arms. Oh, Luna. Oh, okay, we actually are gonna have her featured here too. Wonder she'll actually also be in combat as well. That'd be cool, all three sisters fighting together. Tiny jagged crystal clusters spread silently across it, fading with each slow breath.
Luna, your hand. Is the Ascension Network acting up again?
Oh, right, yeah, because Luna was fighting it off before.
I'm not sure.
Her eyes fall shut. Deep within, she feels the punishing virus surging out of control, jetting relentlessly through the Ascension Network.
Something else is tampering with it. My sight is cut short. I can't make out what's agitating the virus.
Right, because her connection with it is what allowed her to basically perceive things further ahead.
Something else? You don't think a new agent?
Oh, please no, not another agent. We had too many of those already. Nervously, Lamia hugs the oddly shaped tree branch close in her arms.
Possible, but I suspect a more immediate source. That domain that opened the other day, perhaps. That domain.
Then it tilts her head back. Lamia mirroring the gesture, and together they gaze up at the sky.
Oh, you mean that rift? The one that just appeared?
What are they talking about? Lamia remembers that harrowing encounter all too clearly. The moment Luna learned Babylonia was under attack, she changed course. Outwardly, she showed no sign of concern, as she steered them straight toward Babylonia's plummeting trajectory. Ah, she's probably doing it for us.
Does Babylonia really need us? If they fall and the Red Tide swallows their data, the mess becomes ours. This is a necessity, nothing more.
Oh, right, because we had that mutual understanding, right? It's like, we're kind of supposed to keep the balance within things, right? Like, to make sure the scales aren't tipped too much in someone else's favor, or too much to one side.
Oh, that's a shame. What's wrong? The Ascension Network. It's trembling.
Luna's head jerked upward, still connected to the Ascension Network. Roland and Lamia felt the anomaly ripple through them too. All four turned their eyes to the sky.
That's...
Oh, so it's just floating there. Wait, is it actually making like a whole like bubbly universe around it, maybe? Across the sky, a starship bearing the Babylonia FOS College insignia hurtled past, flying dangerously low as though it might crash into the Earth at any second.
the FOS starship? Why would it be here of all places? It's not alone.
Oh my god, it did! It caused a rip in the fabric of space-time! You've gotta be kidding me.
Oh, wait, no, but it wouldn't have caused it, right? Is it just being pulled to it?
But then what would cause it? Nothing's happened yet. At least, not that we know of. Unless we're missing another perspective. The dark rift split the sky without warning, and through it came grayish mist, thick, churning clouds of punishing virus. Where the starship's engine flared with blinding light. A last futile struggle. Oh, it got swallowed in. Ah, I see. So that's why tech kept repeating itself. Against gravity's absolute grip, the enormous vessel was nothing more than dust caught in a gale, pulled irreversibly into that foreign domain. Ah, great. That's not good.
So, some power from that domain leaked out, and it's disrupting the Ascension Network. But what kind of place is even full of punishing virus like that?
Lamia tries her hardest to help Luna string together an answer.
The Hetero Tower. What? Forget it.
Oh, right. Yeah, only she would know of it, right? Because of how closely connected she is to the Ascension Network. But everyone else here, it's like they hadn't actually seen the Hedera Tower. But again, maybe with a kind of their shared memories, maybe Alpha would know. The hazy memory she caught through the Ascension Network remains hers alone. It's not about to share with anyone. Oh, okay, no, yeah, so it's just hers. And return, Miss Luna. Babyloni's fall has been paused. What comes next in the great performance remains unclear. The FOS Starship's vanishing act is confirmed. Babyloni's scrambled its task force squads and engineering force units, all chasing smoke. But no trace so far, not even a whisper. Ah, I see. So now we know. That's why. But wait, no, but they said only like it's only been a while since they lost the, because they said it was 3 months that they got attacked, right? And only 20 days ago they lost signal. So what have they been doing for like 2.5 months? God damn. Or I guess like 2 1/3 of a month. Like seriously, what happened? Like one day I've called us for backup or landed or something? Because also it's like, how would we not have been able to track it the whole time if it's been like combating the punishing to that, or the corrupted to that point, before getting swallowed into the mist? The most curious encounter at the camp's edge. Lithos, the very same who once played loyal shadow to a certain Mr. Vonnegut. He's not exactly playing hide and seek. If anything, it's a very deliberate little parade. Look at me, I'm harmless. Shall I shoo him away? Oh really, Lithos is back! We haven't seen Lithos in forever! Like, the last time we saw was when Vonnegut had parted with Lithos and went to do his own thing at the tower. Leave him. I'll go once it's time. As you wish. With the mission done, Roland scans for a comfortable spot to catch a quick rest. Want to notice that the camp's silent guardian has vanished from sight. Where's our dear Miss Alpha wandered off to? She told Luna she saw someone. Had to go check. Luna didn't want her to, but then... Sis caught a trace. Possibly connected to that domain. She went after it. But the stage out there is crawling with danger. The solo act seems rather... I upgraded her frame. With Celine defeated, Luna reclaimed her agent authority and drew upon the Ascension Network's power to reconstruct Alpha's frame. Oh, I see. Yeah, because I was going to say, it's like, how would she have been more prepared this time around? But yeah, now with Luna's even greater control of the Ascension Network, she probably would be able to do that now. First, Alpha was caught off guard by the gift, given seemingly for no reason at all. A new frame? That's unnecessary. Don't waste your strength on me. It isn't a waste, sis. And I firmly held Alpha down. It's the path forward. She was never going to forget what she had heard in that call. Oh, right. I forgot about that moment. Alpha offered no more resistance. It still won't bring her back to her prime, but it's beyond what she had. Wow, so she really leveled up Alpha. Good on you, Luna. Even knowing that Hedera Tower is yet to descend, they, very deep in her mind, keeps urging her to remain vigilant. Oh, okay, so yeah, again, it's like we said before, that the Hedera Tower is still going to descend at some point, but again, it's still too early, right? Okay, good. I didn't remember if it was like, now the Hedera Tower will never fall, or if we just stopped it from landing, or coming into our space too early. I didn't remember which of the two it actually was, but good. Silverhead agent gazed down in the direction Alpha left, closed her eyes once more. Sis, she always knows what she wants. She'll find her own path. The wind drives sharp sand across the bare expanse, sculpting the silhouettes of ruins that once rose in splendor.
FOS.
After changing frames, Alpha senses a strange force gathering in her left eye, welling up within the pupil and pressing down the restless punishing virus. Well, at least we have a good explanation for how this happened, right? Because I figured it was just like, how would you try to give her a new frame, right? Because at least when it came to Roland, it was just like slightly modified from what his naturally was, right? So it wasn't like too much that it like seemed like, okay, he got it this way, sure. The Lamius is just that she kind of beautified her current frame a bit more. But this one actually being given by Luna, it does make a lot of sense. Because, I mean, you seen how powerful Luna is? Goddamn. She's not to be messed with. Holds the quality of vision, a sight engraved forever in the crimson eye that marks her original self. She wants to uncover its source, yet the time for answers has not come. Please. As if those guys are enough to stop Alpha. She probably doesn't even break a sweat. A single flash of steel and a grotesque corruptor and a crumbling FOS college sign both fall, split clean in two. She dismisses her fleeting familiarity with FOS. Just stories of that renowned commander who hailed from there, and hesitates no longer. Kicks aside rubble and twisted metal, pressing straight ahead. She's certain of it. The strange Ravage is here. What is this Ravage? Ravage is dead. Yet does the Ascendant has no reason to lie to her. So this Ravage can only be a phantom conjured by that anomalous power. Wait, what is this Ravage? Because yeah, it's like, I feel like we talked about it before at one point, but I don't know who or what that is. Maybe I'm forgetting, but I don't know. And that power has already touched Luna. Demons calling out of hell or parasites clinging to that frame. It matters little. She'll drag them all out and cut them down one by one. Ring of steel echoes down the corridor as Alpha sheaves her blade. The path carved open, she presses forward, purpose unwavering.
Commandant, so this is FOS?
Over broken bricks and weathered rubble, two figures quietly emerge from the far side of the prism square. Coordinates check out. This is the place.
So this is what FOS looks like on the surface.
Sorry I don't remember what my Lucia voice was, okay? It's been a while. With the corrupted clear from both sides, Lucia surveys the area. Her gaze balanced between vigilance and curiosity. I didn't expect this either. Never thought you would see the original FOS college like this. Weathered to ruin, it mirrors every ever shattered relic scattered across Earth. One of the broken prisms glinting into dust. That one tower is still reaching skyward to remember the brilliance that once lived here.
Commandant, you never set foot here before either, have you?
Oh no, yeah, because again, we're actually from the start. But we graduated from the Starship FOS, not FOS College on Earth.
I've only ever seen it through terminal records.
As early as the mid to late Golden Age, FOS was grooming a starship of its own, designed to host a flawless replica of the surface campus. Harvey Morin, the iron-fisted superintendent who personally launched FOS into the Starship era, stood in the college auditorium. His eyes had shown every star in the sky, aspiration a tangible force. FOS was never meant to just be a college. A horizon can't end at Earth's atmosphere. The future lies among the stars, and the cosmos itself. Along the starship's main keel, industrial machines toiled while FOS wagered its entire legacy on a monstrous leviathan of steel. The main engine array flared to life in unison, azure flames slashing across the heavens. Everyone believed with unshakable certainty that this is the future of FOS, the future of humanity itself. Then came 2160, the year of the punishing virus outbreak. The visionary who once stood at the summit at the auditorium, orchestrating every detail of the starship's design, never lived to see it fly. Yeah, because I was gonna say, it's like, even if it's like some kind of like risky endeavor for like the time of the Golden Age, it's really helping now. But sucks you didn't get to see it. Then Alistair Vance, former Dean of Tactical Command, took up the mantle of Superintendent at FOS. Humanity needs us now. They need everything FOS has to offer. FOS must take to the battlefield. No flowers greeted him. No cheers. Only the silent battlefield lay ahead. He stood in the battle-scarred auditorium, his voice raw and hoarse. FOS is the blade humanity drives into the abyss. So long as a single breath of our civilization remains, FOS's strength will never be extinguished. FOS College rose in full force. Battle after desperate battle, strike after strike, students who had once burned with life became only names, drifting back on the endless stream of casualty reports from the front. They saved the city's central purification filter. They secured the civilians' path to evacuation. The only thing they failed to save was themselves. Humanity crossed into the post-pandemic age. FOS College lost more than half its number, teetering on the brink of total annihilation. Midway through the post-pandemic age, the corrupted surged forward in a massive invasion. Somewhere behind a desk buried beneath resource charts and tactical reports, Superintendent Alistair Vance quietly stopped breathing. Till that final moment, he had given every fragment of his experience and knowledge to calculating the optimal outcome of each battle, leading humanity to victory time after time. No gunfire, no explosions, just a slow slip into silence. The dull thud of his terminal hitting the floor, the only sound that announced his end. This can't go on. Arta Hydrick, chief instructor at FOS Military Command College at the time, stepped into the role of superintendent. Without a word, he draped his worn, faded instructor's coat over Alice's body. The vast FOS auditorium had once held thousands in assembly. It was so deathly still that the whisper of fabric carried across the hall. Below the stage, scarcely a dozen students stood to bid Alistair farewell. They couldn't even form a proper formation. Empty sleeves hung where arms had once been. Bloodstained bandages wrapped around their heads, and their eyes carried a hollow grief so deep it bled into numbness. The war won't end for years. But FOS, it can't end here. Even if they brand me a coward for it. I have to preserve what's left of FOS. It's time for the FOS starship to set sail. He invoked the superintendent's emergency authority, seizing what remained of FOS College's resources and pouring them all into the starship project. There were those within the college who insisted FOS should stay on the surface and share humanity's fate to the bitter end. They branded him a coward and a traitor, a man who had abandoned FOS's honor. Hard to push forward with the launch anyway. I mean, come on! Like, I get it, y'all have your pride or something, but pride isn't gonna save you. Like, come on! In a life or death battle, pride doesn't give you bonus points. It doesn't give you a second life. It doesn't give you boosts in your stats. If anything, if I was in his position, I would say that's better, because at least FOS survives, right? You can still continue to battle, but at least you can continue to battle more efficiently than when on the ground, where all the danger is, and you have no time to rest whatsoever. I'm just saying. It's crazy how many times the torch has been passed for this place. By the mid to late post-pandemic age, the FOS starship had reached full completion. FOS will stand as humanity's last hope. As for the war on Earth, it's ours to fight. He stood on the surface below, watching as the FOS starship climbed skyward. Dust and rubble swirled in the wind as the steel Leviathan rose, carrying the countless names of the fallen, and with them FOS's last spark of hope. As the fading embers of sunset descended to join Babylonia. Shattered bricks beneath his feet might have once recalled FOS College in its glory days, but the ruins had long since been swallowed by the red tide and the corrupted. Sorry, just checking something. Records mentioned that a contingent was left behind to hold the original site. But as time passed, as time ground on, and most of the surface fell, there's no longer any need to hold these Golden Age ruins for the sake of pride. The new superintendent evacuated everyone who remained. With that, the original FOS college site was co-signed to the flames of war, abandoned forever. But the ruins' fractured light catches on glass shards thrown across the ground. From what I remember, in your mind, hazy impressions drift and layer over one another. Up ahead, there should be a square. Sorry about that, I had to sneeze for a minute. Prism square. Bruce traces unfamiliar steps. Alpha's hand rests on her blade, yet she leaves it unsheathed. Feels like she's walked this ground before. Deja vu prickles at her senses. She can't place which part of these ruins triggers the recognition. Her brain simply registers the anomaly. Why does this place stir her so? She has no clear answer. Only a nagging sense that something hovers just beyond reach. Could that power be at work? Yeah, because I was gonna say, she does seem to feel like maybe this is familiar, right? So it's like, what's up with that? Because it's like, she's Lucia, through and through. There's no one else she can't be. I don't know how she would end up with anyone else's memories, if that's even possible. Maybe when she was when trying to turn into a construct and everything, it happened at FOS, but like maybe at the military college or something, but not on the regular campus. Broken mirrors at her side catch her reflection. A faint sound echoes from behind. She whips around. For a fleeting moment, it feels like someone should be calling out to her. Corrupted looking behind the mirror shards let out piercing shrieks. Over there. Is there supposed to be a podium? Which leaves you exactly one way to go. But who's this? She sees the square teeming with people. Stand below, faces tilted upward. She hears countless voices murmuring a countdown. 5, 4, 3. Or is this supposed to, like, maybe she's kind of resonating with, what's happening in the fog? Who's there? Alert, she raises her hand, willing the inexplicable phantoms to disperse. Nothing happens. Give me a sec, I'll be back. I'm back. Sorry about that.
What's that sound?
Watch out. So the corrupted lunged from either side of the corridor. The shriek split in the air.
Was it them?
At the countdown, the corrupted that ambushed the two of you, Lucia turns back. What to say? One thing, however, is clear. Something about this place is wrong. This place is too clean. Up until now, only a handful of corrupted have crossed your path. The cleanliness here is unnerving. Did someone pass through here already? Or...
Commandant, over there.
Prism Square opens ahead. The Edward base of the FOS monument waits in silence, during across the years.
The FOS monument.
Starship had taken only the upper half, leaving the base behind. Long ago, the instructor who brought you into FOS explained its meaning, that one day every cadet would find their way back to...
Commandant.
This blade flashes from its sheath, maybe the long sword the breath before it reaches you. Probably trying to test us.
Alpha? I was here first. The question is yours to answer.
This is FOS. Why wouldn't I be here? Why is Alpha here at FOS? Did she get word of this place too? But his crash rings out. Far away, the FOS sign, long dangling by a thread above the corridor, finally yields. It lows to the ground as if it could endure the tension no longer. Crash snaps Alpha back to attention. By the time she disengages, it's the force of their locked blades to push herself back.
Commandant, stay behind me.
As it shields you, backing away slowly, mirroring Alpha's movements until both sides set up, but barely pass it for a safe distance. Wait. A fallen sign wouldn't make Alpha back off. Yeah, because I was gonna say, was there something there? Follow her line of sight to Prism Square. Grayish fog creeps around the ground from nowhere. Then shadowy figures begin to take shape in the corners of the square.
Again?
Without sparing either you a glance, she turns and strides into the square. This fog. Flicker recognition stares at the side of the grayish fog. She's now been plaguing her mind for days now, standing before her. Made it real.
It's not just fog. This is the punishing virus. Commandant, we need to fall back.
Before the final words can leave her lips, the gray fog convulses, crashing like a sentient thing. Drags you and Lucy into its depths. Suddenly, a dark rift yawns open. A word you might have spoken is swallowed as a foreign domain claims you. Moments later, the fog recedes as quietly as it arrived. Crumbling ruins alone remains, standing guard over a square now hollow. Fantastic. Strayed. Construction of the FOS starship began during the Golden Age's mid to late years. Hey, Striller, Mr. Prez. Our next target is the stars. At that time, Project Eden was advancing at full steam, bringing with it visions of interstellar colonization. Determined to rise to the occasion, FOS superintendents channeled immense resources into their breathtaking ambition, building the entire college as a starship among the stars. When the last colossal vessel was complete, it struck on to every beholder. All believed it would lift FOS students to heights never before reached. But now the great starship drifts helplessly through the fog, its engines cold and silent. It once a testament to the dreams of generations. Now it lies stranded, a behemoth in decay, strangled by the relentless churn of the fog. Oh yeah, actually, how much time would pass by here? Oh yeah, and I guess the corruptor would just continue endlessly and unpredictably. Through rest torn the expanse, twisted creatures emerge in an endless tide, dragging themselves onto deck. Oh shit, are these actually hetero creatures? What the hell? Damn, that's even worse. If the corrupted's one thing, but hetero creatures?
Move it, Eliana. No time to waste.
After lowering your smoking gun, Vanessa slams the rear hatch shut with her boot. As the steel sharp claws wedge into the gap. Scrape against the metal, a sound that gnaws at the nerves. Then the one time she doesn't have any of her teammates with her. Instructor Eliana reacts instantly, swinging a heavy metal crowbar down hard upon the claws. Severed limbs spray thick fluids across the floor. Eliana sees the opening, slamming her full weight against the door. Outside, the wounded creatures howl and claw furiously at the barrier. Persistent bastards. Heavy slams rock the door. The creatures throw themselves against it, and even the bulkhead trembles. The lock whines in protest. Eliana, breathing ragged, turns the switches on her terminal's light. The beam scarcely pierces the gloom. Once spotless, the medical bay now drowns in thick, murky fog. The light pushes back only a small sphere of the gloom, its edges already dissolving into the haze. Could be more of them hiding in here. Kay sweeps over the wreckage, littering the medical bay. She speaks, it's barely a whisper. Nia, we'll hold the line. You find that serum. Remember what I taught you about the labels? Stay sharp, quick and clean. Understood, ma'am. Without a moment's pause, the student in the protective suit dives into the ransacked room. The hammer against the metal door intensifies, as the thunderous heartbeat that shakes the walls. Air hangs thick with disinfectant laced with rock. Flashlight cuts through swirling gray fog that roars and shifts like something sentient. Eliana, 10 o'clock. Behind the medicine cabinet. Voice is swallowed by the crack of gunfire. Live iron cabinet slammed to the floor, making a wall of noise that shakes the room. Damn, it's like when you're in like a small little town in the middle of nowhere and there's just like zombies all around. That's kind of like the impression I get of the situation. From the shadows, a twisted form lunges forward. His claws rake the alloy door with a piercing shriek. Nia, eyes forward. Keep looking. Dagger drawn, Eliana moves without hesitation, stepping between Nia and the approaching danger. Yes. Though her voice shakes, her hands never falter. Tears to another crate, then another. Wrong again. Tight space rings with gunfire and a whistle of steel as Vanessa and Eliana press the creature back. His teeth clench. Her eyes lay on the crate. I see it! Over there! There beneath the overturned cabinets, right where the creature stands. The crate. In a fleeting pause between blows, Nia's jaw sits with sudden resolve. She dives low, sliding under the twisted wreckage, gaze fixed on the crate. Jagged edges rip through her suit. Tear doesn't register. Her hand sees the handle, clutching it with the strength of someone holding onto hope itself. Got it. Good. Get to cover. We're ending this. As soon as Nia's safe, Vanessa's gunfire erupts in a suppressing wave. Eliana takes to the air in a single explosive motion. Dagger driving downward into the eye socket of the creature lunging at her, but not precise. Alright. It's over. For now. Sheathing her dagger, Eliana delivers a sharp kick to the creature to confirm the kill. Satisfied, she crosses over to inspect Nia's protective suit. Damn, confirming the kill? Nice. Just a scratch on the outer layer. Nothing to worry about. See, you kept your head under pressure. It's a pass for tactical support at least. Should warn you some extra field credits when we get back to FOS. In a situation like that, if you could read the eyes or somewhere else as the weak point and act on it, it'd be a solid 80 in tactical support, right at the door of top marks. Checks the seal of the serum crate, before steady as she works to keep Nia's morale from cracking. You're seriously grading her right now. Eliana, drop the Academy scorecard. She's not in a classroom now. Back at FOS, passing grades may get her through finals and into the concert matching hall with her chin up. But out here in this hellhole, passing just means you get to be next on the casualty list. Nia stiffens at her words. Eliana exhales a sigh. I know, Vanessa, but out here she still needs something to hold on to. The status of the serum. The seal's clean, the crate's intact. It'd still be within its expiration window, even.
40 doses a crate. Still not enough. Damn it. Back at the temporary safe zone, no fewer than 50 gravely injured lie waiting for the serum. It'll do for now. Val and I recovered 2 more crates on yesterday's supply run. Expired by a few days. But they should still hold. And after that... Vanessa. Without another word, her hand comes up. She rings out, catching the arm of a corruptor as it claws through the window behind Eliana. Beyond the glass, great fog roars and churns. The eerie space yawns infinite in every direction. After that... Eliana hears what she doesn't say. Do they still have a future? Any future at all? Always the pessimist, Vanessa. I mean, I don't blame her. She's always been one to just shout her complaints rather than just be scared by it. If they were on the surface, Vanessa wouldn't doubt it. She'd keep them alive until rescue. She'd keep them alive here forever she had to. But this? Yeah, because that's the thing, right? Like, as long as there's a possibility they could survive, she'd keep the fight going. It was the same with future Vanessa too, in the other timeline. Like, even if it seemed impossible, as long as she's on Earth, on her home, she'd keep the battle to the very end, even if it seemed like a losing battle, even if it seemed impossible. Hell, she even turned herself into a construct to continue the battle. About the starship, the dome is dark, no longer holding the stars. Only gray fog and punching fires thick enough to drown in. The comms tower is silent. Electromagnetic signals are dead. The zone's boundaries can be mapped. Beyond a small reach of the compact CPF, exploration is only on foot. The disaster hit without warning. They still don't know where they are, or what this is. In this fog-shrouded void, there's no day or night. Magnetic disruption has rendered every mechanical clock useless. Vanessa tracks time by the most primitive means left to her, an hourglass. Once a collector's piece, now a lifeline. Wow. Damn. I mean, to be fair, you do need to know how long you've been there, right? For like rationing food, lookout, all that kind of stuff, so at least someone's trying to keep track. This is them now. The FOS starship, once proud, once glorious, now suspended in gray amber like a fossil. Seriously, we love using the whole amber thing. We did that for Wanchis too. Or was it a different, like, stone or something? Whatever. Day 1. How many? Day 20. 21. Oh, no, yeah, because they've been gone for 20 days, right. When the FOS starship came under attack and emergency protocols ejected from Babylonia, everyone assumed the worst was already over. An accident, they told themselves. The communications tower had taken damage to the chaos, cutting off immediate contact with Babylonia. Still, the starship could track Babylonia's position. That was enough. Everyone believed it was only a matter of time before they found their way back. Oh, I see. So that's why they couldn't really track it. Because I was going to say, couldn't you just, like, orbit around? But it's like, nah, you can't really orbit Babylonia because it's basically an entire colony. That would take way too long. But yeah, I guess I can understand that. Then the sky ripped apart without warning, revealing a rift straight out of hell. No one ever understood how the FOS starship ended up there. Vanessa opened her eyes after the violent impact. Gray mist was already pouring in. The lethal concentration of the punishing virus swept through the entire starship in an instant. Oh yeah, that's... I see. Yeah, to be fair, in that kind of situation, morale would be pretty low because it's like, you can barely even breathe in the space you're forced into. Alarms howled. Red warnings blazed across the dorm. Protective shield collapsed like paper at first contact, utterly useless. Is this some kind of training drill? Or... The punishing virus devoured his lungs and burrowed deeper, gnawing into his organs until blood spilled from his lips. His hand scrambled at his throat, desperate for words that would never come, for his body folded and dropped like a spoiled fruit. The punishing virus surged through the starship's shattered shield in deadly waves. The great mist crawled over the floor with a living will. Punishing virus? This is a combat sim, right? She was the first-year cadet, born and raised in Babylonia. Never faced a punishing virus. Trembling hands groped for the weapon at her waist, but her fingers wouldn't obey. The mask. I need my... Hollow thump. Terminal hit the floor. Still the terminal droned. Signing instructions no one was listening to. Fingers closed tight around her weapon and she stopped breathing entirely. Watch your steps. Follow the emergency lights. Get to the combat filter. Eliana shouted until her voice gave out, desperately directing people towards safety. Her words were swallowed whole by screaming in chaos. Follow the emergency lights. The starship has a compact filter. Don't worry. Don't panic. No, we have to override the airlocks. They can't seal now. If the door seal and hundreds of students would be condemned to die, trapped within these walls. I'll find a way to skid it to a stop before the door. Red light flickered across the control panel. The punching fires haven't eaten through its systems. The menu override? Eliana's hand scrambled behind her, prying open the lower maintenance hatch. There's no time. Professor Vermeer, the system's fried. Someone has to go below and brace the drive gears manually to force this door open. The elderly professor hacked in broken spasms, bloodshot eyes peering through his glass. I designed these systems. Let me do my job. Eliana never got the chance to speak. Professor Vermeer turned without a word and threw himself into the maintenance passage. Gray-white mist turned like smoke from her prying. Dense punishing virus devoured his skin on contact. Blood ran from his eyes like tears. Sight gone, the old professor crawled forward on nothing but instinct. 30 seconds, a minute 35, his fingers closed around the gear. One that meant life or death for everyone. Open up. Come on. Strength beyond his years filled his limbs. The rest of the gear groaned and gave. With a deafening crash, the heavy alloy hatch blew open. The door's jammed open. Go. Squeeze through. Follow the emergency lights. Keep going. Eliana's voice reached them as if from very far away. The students. Did they make it? The last breath slipped from his nostrils, crumbled in a narrow passage. His gray, lifeless eyes fixed on something that was no sky or earth. Panic called like flame. Survivors fled in every direction, desperate and directionless. But what escape remained? The Siri domain had already swallowed the starship whole. Your tactical pouches have emergency masks! A deafening gunshot cracked the chaos wide open. Ryan, lost eyes, swung toward the sound like lambs catching the voice of their shepherd. There, Vanessa stood beneath the FOS monument. Her basic emergency mask, her only shield. Eliana, take your squad and get that compact purification filter online. Got it. All operational constructs, evacuate the wounded to the purifying zone. Now. Copy. The rest of you, masks on. 30 seconds to reach the nearest escape pod and suit up. Move. One order followed another, shot across the hall. Some of the rally behind the survivors jolted into motion. Masks were pulled on, protective suits were hauled for the escape pods. Low hum rose to the airship as the compact CPF on the port side stuttered, stirred to life. At a punishing virus detector, a faint blue light blinked a wink, its glow falling across Vanessa's pale face. Thank God, the filters are on. But no one had time to breathe. Rift after rift split the air overhead, and from them spilled aberrant creatures, mindless, merciless, striking at everyone in sight. The battle had begun unannounced. Damn. Shit. That is terrible. Like, what? Wow. They literally had like no chance to even breathe a sigh of relief. Alright, suits are intact, serum's still good. Let's move. Vanessa? Vanessa? Leon's gaze follows Vanessa's to the square ahead. Her bloodstains paint the ground. Her bodies lie still. The assault was so swift, so insidious. Not even the veteran commandant stationed aboard stood a chance. The punishing virus spread before anyone could react. The real enemy remains unseen, The FOS starship had already been gutted. That's not on you. You reacted faster than anyone could have asked. Who says I'm standing here feeling sorry for them? Standard tactical pouches all come with emergency respirators. The second that alarm sounded, putting on a mask should have been instinct. Ah, it was her seeing failures, right? These kids are supposed to be the hope for the future, to be on her side, supposed to be her teammates, her fellow comrades in arms. And yet they broke so quickly. It's like they say, it's like you can learn everything from a book as much as you want, but real experience is something different. It's a different beast entirely. So you can learn basketball from watching videos, or any sport really. From watching videos, highlights, looking at a book, but unless you play the actual game, you don't understand how the game is really played. I guess for her, it's like, wow, so these are the people who are supposed to follow after us. Our legacy. Great. I can definitely see that in her eyes. This is war. The battlefield doesn't hand out second chances. You're right. The battlefield doesn't forgive. But that's fine. I'll make sure they learn what they need to survive. Every last one of them is coming back to Earth in one piece. Alright, we need to head back. The wounded are waiting on this serum. I found some unopened medical supplies too. We'll bring this along. Nia, grab the spare bandages. Get ready. We're pushing through on my signal. Nia? Yes. Fine student straightens up. Eye sharp, cadet. You zone out and those things get a claw on you? Don't expect me to come playing hero. Safety off, Vanessa slips through the scattered furniture in a medical bay, gestures to Eliana. Hatch swings open. Gunfire tears through the air. She hammers the encroaching creatures back from the hatch, and without breaking rhythm, swings her gun stock into a lunging enemy as she reloads. Holds the line covering Nia's escape while the student flees from the room with a bulging pack of medical supplies. Something's not right. The med bay should still be inside the edge of the filter's range. So why are these things swarming us? What do you mean exactly? Ashley's running short on it. Anyway, we gotta get back. A low muffled thud rolls down that corridor. Behind Eliana, the wall's dissolving. Ragged holes spreading like rot as the dense punishing virus devours the metal. Damn it! It's a rift! How the hell did a rift tear open here? Eliana pushes Nia back hard and opens fire into the rift. Thick fog floods through before her shots can land. Creatures of monster rings out right at their flank. Nia, run! Together they lay down a wall of gunfire, but the rift only yawns wider, swallowing every round. It isn't enough. Eliana, behind you! Fog splits. A hidden monster bursts through, claws gleaming as it lunges. Claws shred through Eliana's shoulder in a flash. Instructor Eliana, are you? Eliana stumbles, pain seared through her. He spins around at once, reaching to pull her back to her feet. Take this! So that's exactly how this ends. The mechanical claws slide from her shoulder with a wet, cold rasp as Eliana hears it. The sound of her own death. Her suit's breached. Feels the punishing virus bleeding through the tear, gnawing into her flesh. Go! Get to the hatch, now! Don't let them breach the safe zone. Eliana thrusts a gun into Nia's grip and lurches forward toward the control panel. Blood speckles the static-filled screen as she works. Grinding into her tongue, she drags herself back from the edge of unconsciousness. Eliana, seal that hatch! I'm almost dry here. I can't hold them. Nessa's gunfire never falters. Falling back isn't an option. Not an inch. One step backward and the corridor ruptures open. The safe zone will be overrun. The system. It's not responding. Punchy fire creeps deeper and Eliana's sight begins to smear at the edges. Gunfire and Nia shouting her name. It all falls away, muffled and foreign. Sounds traveling through deep water. All that remains is the hammering of her own heart. They find the manual lever! Nessa dumps the spent mag and reaches down for her tactical pouch. Fingers find only one magazine left. No, this won't do. Nia, open fire!
White fog strobes red with every muzzle flash. He's gripped the gun against her chest, fingers shaking uncontrollably. Shoot, cadet, or we're all dead! Leon's warp still lingers on the gun as he is against Nia's palm. When heat tracks down her cheek, blood or tears, she can't tell anymore. Shuts off her mind, squeezes the trigger. Again, their gunfire just barely holds the line. Eliana! Bruto kicks sends the enemy stumbling back to the hatch. Vanessa doesn't turn. She just shouts Eliana's name toward the other side. I'm on it. Her fingers are dead weight now, nerves eaten away by the punishing virus spreading beneath her suit. Groping through the numbness, her hand closes around the lever marked emergency manual shutdown. Initiating emergency lockdown. Every ounce of strength left in her, she throws herself against the lever. Red lights whirl and electronic alarms scream above. Death knell ringing through the corridor. Idiot, the gun's dry! As it tears the spent gun from Nia's grip, seizes her by the collar and hurls her toward the hatch. Eliana, status! I was just about to say, strangles in her throat. Eyes locking the gaping rip in Eliana's suit. Her body gives out. Compass against the control panel, blood bubbling out her lips as she sinks to the floor. Take the supplies. Go. Instructor Eliana? Nia, keep moving. Don't stop. When you make it out, I'll give you an A. In tactical support. Each breath scrapes through her, ragged and wet. When little strength remains, she whips out her tactical pouch and hurls it toward Vanessa. Vanessa. The shattered haze of her visor, Eliana locks eyes with Vanessa. She tries to speak. Her mouth move, but thick blood floods out. The sound that follows is so faint it barely exists. Get the kids home. Comes out as little more than a whisper. Vanessa hears every syllable like a bell strike. Vanessa's jaw sets, spins on her heel and runs for the hatch without a backward glance. No, Instructor Eliana's still back there. Hatch drops like a guillotine. She's gone. Vanessa crushes Nia against her chest and holds on. No, she's still alive. Look at her. She's still moving. We can still save her. Nia shrieks until her voice gives out, bucking and thrashing, every muscle straining to escape Vanessa's grip. She's just hurt. I have medicine, bandages, and the serum. She can only watch as the hatch slams down, shrinking gaps stealing everything from her. Eliana is dead! Vanessa drives Nia to the ground, pinning her beneath a hard stare. She's dead! No, that can't be. We still have serum. We have supplies. She could just make it back. Grinding unstoppable momentum, the heavy alloy hatch slams down, sending away the hell of ash-white fog and shrieking monsters beyond. Final grinding clang, the gate seals shut, cutting the line between the living and the dead. He stares at the empty door unblinking, and the tears break free. Everything she'd held back, the terror, the grief, floods out of her, unstoppable. Drops to her knee beside the serum case, eyes fixed on it, as though she could burn the last few minutes out of existence if she just stared long enough. How is this? But we were just... Vanessa doesn't move. She stands before the sealed gate in silence. She should be used to this. The war, dying, the way people are there 1 second and gone the next. Blood trickles from her cracked lips, sees the iron filling her mouth. Puts her tongue over the wound and bends to retrieve Eliana's tactical pouch. Done crying. Grief burns itself out, leaving only numbness behind. His face is wet, her eyes fixed on the flashing warning lights above the door. Then get up. Grab the serum. Don't let her death be a joke. Nessa turns away. Shadows swallow her whole. FOS Starship, the fog. What was once a vast open deck is now crammed with salvage supplies. The CPF has a limited reach. Survival means squeezing into every inch they can shield. Instructor Raynor, the third scout team is back. They brought some canned rations from the kitchen reserves.
Fresh-faced student trips over his words, giving the instructor reports, though not used to being a soldier. How many cans? What kind? Any of them damaged? I don't know. Alright. Take them to the supply team and find Instructor Eliana. She'll walk you through sorting and logging them. But didn't Instructor Eliana go out with Instructor Vanessa to look for the serum? Right, she did. Slipped my mind. Wait, they're still not back? It's been a while. Hope nothing went wrong. His eyes are fixed on the hourglass, where he etched into his face. Draws a breath to speak again, then the door groans open. Nessa steps through, hauling a heavy supply pack in her wake. Log this. 1 sealed serum crate. 5 unopened rolls of bandage. Assorted meds. All from the med bay. Vanessa. The serum. Thank God. It's exactly what we needed. We have 5 critically wounded waiting on this. Snaps the logbook open, locks the supplies as fast as his hands will move, and waves the medical team forward to take them. Status on the other scout teams. Teams 1 and 6 are led by constructs. Pushed deep into the fog toward the far side of the deck, met the enemy contact head on. Only one of them made it back. Too many of those rifts out there. We still can't reach the engine room. Too many wounded. Not enough hands. And we're still posting people outside the safe zone perimeter to keep the enemy from breaking through. Damn it. Next homecoming we're making it mandatory. Every commander brings at least 2 squad members back to campus. Yeah, seriously, I will say, I am kind of surprised, because I get it, they're on a starship, it's FOSs, but at the same time, you didn't think of having any security, especially for an anniversary, especially when all the commandants are supposed to be there. I'm honestly kind of surprised. Because, like I said, what happens if the Ascendants were to attack them, huh? What happens if a meteor was to strike at them, huh? What happens if Corrupted can fly now? What then? Seriously, I'm honestly surprised they didn't have, any of their own teammates with them. I know it's probably also for the sake of not just drawing up random constructs and stuff, but still! Got sidetracked. Team 2 was supposed to reach the comms tower for repairs. Lost their way in the fog part way there. Only 2 made it back. Already sent Team 5, Eliana and Valen's old squad, out to search for the missing. Teams 3 and 4 hit the cafeteria, brought back what food they could carry. Haven't had time to log it yet. Right. Where's Eliana? Reno doesn't catch the gravity in Vanessa's silence. Just keeps talking. I need her help right now. She's the only one left with biometric access to the backup med cabinet. Logistics has been asking for her. Can't open it without our authorization. We got wounded from 2 scout teams waiting on ejections. On top of that, wait, what? I get that there wasn't that much staff, but what the hell? She was the only other person left with this? And y'all sent her to the front lines? Bro, what the hell? Maybe they also need her to open the gate there too, but... Fuck, man. Screen jumps to the next page, his fingers flying as he scrolls through the endless checklist. Look at me. Can't keep a single thing straight. Also, the medical pod solution's almost gone. Need to ask her which storage area might have reserved so we can send a team out to grab some. And the students from Scout Team 3 that just pulled back don't know how to sort the supplies. And they're pretty shaken up besides. It's the best one to check on them. And lastly, he's so absorbed in his checklist that he doesn't see the color drain from Nia's face. He rattles on, assigning task after task to the logistics chief, oblivious. Each repetition of that name scrapes at Nia's raw nerves like jagged steel. Instructor? She wants to speak, but nothing comes. What's wrong? Worn out? Yeah, I guess. First mission like this, after all. Eliana's quarters are just in the back. Go lie down for a bit. She won't mind. Vanessa, you've been quiet. Where is she? Is there heavier cargo that still needs hauling? I can send Scout Team 3 out. Eliana's dead. What? She head straight for the storage, or... I said Eliana's dead. She's not coming back. Eliana's dead. A rift caught us off guard. It tore through her shoulder and the punishing virus infection hit. She flatlined on the spot. Register your name on the KIA list. She's not coming back. But how? The med-base midship. Those rifts had never breached the inner hull before. We'll figure out why it happened. Our eyes hold no sorrow, just a forest unbroken stillness that feels heavier than grief. Register her name on the KIA list. And Mia. Get to the storage bay. Teach Scout Team 3 how to sort the supplies. Use the method Eliana taught you. On it. And Eliana would have spoken to Vanessa becomes Nia's anchor. Shakily, she leans into the wall, gathers herself and stands. But... Stays rooted to the spot. Terminal clutched tight in his white-knuckled hand. How could Eliana... I suppose the terminal from Rainer's unresisting grip. The KA list opens under her touch. Names, faces, FOS IDs. Life after life reduced to entries on a screen. Vermeer Reggie, Professor of Mechanical Dynamics. He went out like a G though. He was like, no, we can't let them basically seal themselves in a poisonous cage. Killed in action during the FOS starship's initial entry to the anomalous domain. Expert knowledge of the ship's systems, he mainly engaged the emergency controller. And he did all that while taking in the punishing virus too, I might add, so. That's the strength of his willpower. His decisive action created a critical 30-second window that allowed other personnel to survive. Rena, student of command, killed in action while conducting reconnaissance in the anomalous domain. Oh, like those other students we saw at the beginning. She was the first to identify the Chimera and to make an initial stand against the hostile monsters within the space. Orson, student of mechanical dynamics, killed in action while conducting reconnaissance in the anomalous domain. She was trying to map dimensional patterns and fix the starship's location when a rift materialized on the deck. Page at a pace just goes by. The screen's cold glow pulls in Vanessa's eyes, fingers tapping softly, the only sound in the crushing quiet. Eliana Leon, Director of Logistics at FOS, killed in action aboard the FOS starship outside the medical bay. When a rift opened in the perimeter designated as safe zone, she manually sealed the hatch while gravely injured, shielding the wounded inside. Cause of death confirmed as rapid onset punishing virus infection. Just her lifeless gray. Alright, enough standing around. Move! No clearance? Pry the damn cabinets open. Don't know how to sort supplies? Pile it all up. Vanessa brings Eliana's tactical pouch down hard on the table. It's full of a small storage device clatters loose. This is... Terminal reads the storage device. Loads isn't a final message. It's a map, pinpointing every supply cache and storage area aboard the ship. Eliana's final act laid out in cold data. Pull yourself together and get someone to retrieve the medical supplies you need. But this was Eliana's. No buts. She snaps the terminal shut and tosses it back to Raynor. Alert everyone. Gather the wounded in one place. From this moment on, no one leaves the safe zone around the filter without my direct order. But the comms tower... Dude, do you even think you can get any communication from a place like this? Like, come on. Clearly something's wrong. Starship speakers hiss alive, splitting a thin veil of static. Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? The comms tower. Comms tower repairs complete. Scout Team 5, mission accomplished. Eliana, did you catch that? I knew it. Your plan worked perfectly. The comms tower. They fixed it. Her hand smashes onto the comms button. This is Vanessa, Command. Scout Team 5, hold position at the comms tower. Begin transmitting distress signals immediately. Huh? Vanessa? Why are you on the line? Also, activate the comms tower's tactical radar and sync the holo map to my terminal. Roger.
across the terrain grid, hostile signatures blooming crimson. Too many to count. Just wanted to map hole. Oh, I see, yeah, because it's like they said, they had to manually map out stuff. I see. So now they can actually project it. Damn it. The numbers are still climbing. It's the rifts. Where's that on her lips? Without warning, the entire spaceship bugs. Brutal shudder, meaning running stem to stern. What's happening? Comms tower, report! Yes, comms tower detecting spatial anomalies reading. Wait, what is this? Far across the deck, amid the overwhelming tide of hostile markers, 2 small green lights flicker onto the map. Dedicated FOS signals. Who went out there? I just gave explicit orders. No one leaves a safe zone without my command. A frown settles on Vanessa's face. She zooms the display in on the markers. Because they're pulling up their identification data. Oh, is it us? Because we went through the rift? Santos. And Lucia? Ah, okay, yeah, so now we made it just in time to get back. Whoa, what the hell? We're in some kind of rift now. Interesting. Dead end. I'm gonna keep going at least till we get to 7 parts. At least a 4th can be done. That way. At the safe zone's edge, beneath the purification filter's reach, Vanessa's hand finds her gun. Narrows her eyes toward the likely point of contact, where the 2 green signals are expected to appear. ID signals cross-checked multiple times. No anomalies detected, commanded Vanessa. Could it really be the Grey Raven commander in Lucia? I don't buy it. I mean, to be fair, I understand why she wouldn't believe it, because it's like, they hadn't had help this whole time, and all of a sudden 2 green lights appear. I'd be suspect of it too. Especially considering how many times, like, we've either been betrayed, or bamboozled, or whatever. So, if anything, she has the right mindset. Like, I wouldn't blame her if she accidentally shoots me. Vanessa's finger tapped an uneven rhythm on her gun grip, her expression empty as she does the math. The rounds inside blast the 2 green signals right out of the safe zone. Old friends just waltzing in out of this hellhole? Please. Even Babyloni's trashiest web novels have more credibility. But if it does turn out to be Grey Raven, if they're really here, we could... Wipe that hopeful look off your face. There's no if. Again, to be fair, even though we've done miraculous things, this is something beyond human means. Without looking back, Vanessa narrows her eyes. Swirling gray fog mirrored in her pupils. I'll confirm who they are myself. But the second I give the order to fire, you better not blink. Hesitate? I'll put a round right through your head before theirs. Understood. Deadly silence comes the soldier. He dares not pursue the matter further. Gray fog drifts and coils through the air as Vanessa studies the safe zone's boundary with unnerving calm, waiting for the answer she's already anticipated. Heavy footfalls slam against the earth, hemming at their eardrums. Vanessa's gun sweeps toward the sound with exacting precision, breathing all but invisible. Something's off. Vanessa's brow tightens into a sharp furrow. But yeah, it's like, to be fair, the rest of the people here could really use the help of Grey Raven Lucia. They already lost Eliana and Professor Vermeer. They're kind of short-handed right now. The footsteps. It's just one person. There's no time to process it. A pacing shriek tears through the silence apart, and from deep within the fog comes the sharp metallic ring of a blade. Oh, I guess maybe Lucia is carrying me because I don't have a protective suit, right? A construct using a blade? Captain Lucia? Is that really her? There's a wet tear of severed flesh, and then a charred, corrupted limb spins through the air, arcing before it slams onto the deck. That's not Lucia. Fall back. Oh. Alpha. Nessa's order cuts through the air, signaling the soldier to hold up the gun. Leans forward, every muscle wound tight as a crowbar at its limit, the finger already kissing the trigger. The fog splits, blades parted, and there in the shadows beyond stands a construct. Not particularly tall. Her eyes hold the calm of the abyss itself, her black and red frame cutting sharply through the gray fog. Identify yourself! Something about this construct tugs at her memory, but Vanessa holds her weapon steady.
Bear fixed squarely on target. Oh yeah, she's never actually met Alpha, has she? Maybe she only knows her from the report. Talk or turn around and walk. Could she have been dragged into this place by the fog just like them? So, how could she survive alone in here for this long? 21 days. Not long by most measures, but for the FOS starship trapped in this hell, it's been an eternity. Anyone that survives in a place like this is either a monster or something worse. I know FOS can't afford enough of this. I mean, to be fair, she is a beast. Silence is the only reply. Nessa's gaze turns to steel and she fires without a flicker of hesitation. Sound screams past Alpha's ear, his breath from drawing blood. Alpha's eyes narrow. Her hand drifts, coming to rest lightly on her bleed's hilt. Last chance. There won't be another. It's Dr. Vanessa. Get behind me. Frowning, Vanessa steps forward with messy precision, suddenly placing herself between Nia and Alpha. I gave orders for everyone to stay in the safe zone. Why are you here? Dr. Rayner sent me. He said the two green signals on the holomap suddenly changed course. Looks like they're heading for the safe zone from that direction. Oh, probably the rift again? Probably when we were on our way here, a rift showed up and we were teleported somewhere else here. And then she ended up here. No time to spare. Nessa signals the construct soldier to keep Alpha covered and whirls toward Nia's outstretched hand. Two figures step out of the gray haze, out in the shadows. Who's there? Alpha? How did you get here too? Same way you did. Hello? Yo, what's up, Days No Name? Welcome. Hope you have a good day. Quit stalling! Step forward! From the thick fog, two figures slowly take shape. None other than the Grey River Commandant, the squad's captain, Lucia. It's me, Grey Raven Commandant. What's the situation on the starship? Nessa doesn't lower her weapon, doesn't step aside from the path to the safe zone either. And who's gonna prove you're the Grey Raven Commandant, Santos? What kind of proof do you need? I can vouch for Commandant. I'm Lucia, Captain of Grey Raven, frame designation BPL-01, Pyro version. That's public record. Anyone on Babylonia could recite it. And also, my FOS student ideas, all of that's in the public database. You don't have real proof, then turn around and leave. Now. Gun comes up. Nessa's eyes find you cold and unwavering. Oh boy. Alright then. In our third tactical simulation exam, your pistol misfired and you almost shot Simon. Shut up! Furrowing Vanessa's brow doesn't ease. If it's in one swift motion, her gun finding Alpha. That just leaves you as the problem. Don't bother. I have no interest in sticking with you either. Alpha doesn't intend to stay. She turns, already walking away. Wait, what now? Another old friend of yours? See, a lot of people streaming PGR, yeah. PGR now. Yeah, it's mainly from the DMC5 collab they had a while back. That's probably what it is. Because that's probably what got people into the game currently. Which, I don't blame them. It was a great collab. But I've been here for a while. Girl goes all out sponsoring streamers that play PGR. Really? Unfortunately, I'm not sponsored. I just play this because I actually enjoyed the game. She's a construct from the surface. Scrambled to cobble together a cover story for Alpha. Nessa's expression remains skeptical. Across the group, Alpha arches an eyebrow, stares slicing through the distance to pin you in place. You want me to stay? More hands, better odds. Fog is a realm of nothing but the unknown. The surface offers an enemy. This place, we all face the same threat and share the same objective. Besides, your mind must be destabilizing too. How do you... Alpha's eyes drift toward Lucia, off to the side. Goes quiet, holding himself back from further interference. Yeah, it's like I thought. They're still intimately linked. But again, just not as bad as before. We crossed paths during a battle. Face Vanessa again, trying once more to spin a believable backstory for Alpha. And what guarantees her identity holds up? I'll stake my reputation as an FOS chief on it, okay? Fine, I'll take that for now. But if she causes trouble, you're going down right alongside her. Yeah, we all know you'd have a lot of fun pushing me off a skyscraper. There was a gun and turns back toward the safe zone. Once a small central square aboard the FOS starship, the space with its proximity to the compact purification filter in its generous expanse has been hastily repurposed into a safe zone. Salvage supplies from the fog send disordered piles, while makeshift metal barricades throw uneasy shadows across the floor. 21 days. That's how long the FOS starship has been trapped in the fog. Food, medicine, and serum are dwindling fast with no hope of resupply. The scent of decay lingers in the corners. In the corners, the wounded students and instructors sit or stand in scattered clusters. Their group enters, their eyes follow, silent and watchful. "89 survivors, 33 wounded. Aside from the Scout Team 5 at the comms tower, this is everyone." The moment the command room door clicks shut, Vanessa's shoulders drop, just a fraction betraying a flicker of exhaustion. What's the situation? Bad. Does it feel like we've had this talk before? Because every time we run into each other, things are already on fire. I'm one of them, played PGR because of the DMC collab. No, I mean, fair. Like I said, it was an amazing collab. I'm not gonna hate on it for people joining it. I'm just glad there are more people actually enjoying, or hopefully enjoying PGR, like the entirety of the game. Because like I said, I started like only a little over a year ago. Any connections kind of bad? No problem. Sometimes it'd be like that for some people. It's understandable. But yeah, I hope you're enjoying the experience so far. I always like to welcome it, because I'll be honest, I was only on it only a little over a year ago, thanks to a Guardian Soulblade who actually introduced the game to me. Because I was playing just Wuthering Waves as the only Kuro games gacha game I played. Then I started playing this, and my god, the story and the action, amazing. Anyway, this is already the 21st. Final grain of sand hangs for a breath, suspended in the glass before dropping. As it reaches down, flips the hourglass, watching the sand spill into its endless cycle once more. The 22nd day. When FOS came under attack, its defense systems triggered and ejected the starship. Surface attacks kept coming for a while after. I tried mounting a counter-offensive. We couldn't lock onto the enemy. Had to stand down. I mean, to be fair, we don't even know what's the boss that's starting all this, right? Like, we are completely in the unknown this time. At first, nobody thought much of it. Comms tower went down, we lost contact, but we could still pick up Babylonia's signal. Until the ship got dragged into this hellhole. Think someone deliberately pulled FOS in? Yeah, the FOS was captured by the space. Yanked in on purpose. The second we picked up the gravity anomaly, we pushed engines to full output. Tried to wrestle back control of the ship. Didn't do a damn thing. Okay, so they had tried all measures to actually escape it. It's not like it happened so fast that they couldn't do anything. One violent lurch and we were in. Had there been any anomalous creatures? There's something big prowling the ship. Can't confirm if it's a corrupted or something else entirely. Doesn't show itself much. Only surfaces after the heavy tremors. We're calling it Chimera for now. Oh, that thing that they said they found. Right, that one of the students saw. Chimera? Yeah, strange pair of horns, massive frame. My money's on it being the thing that tore those rifts open. Wait, so you're saying there's some kind of creature just breaking holes in space? No, actually, you know what? Now that I say it out loud, that is entirely possible. Like, seriously. We've seen people with the power to
travel through different timelines, tear holes through space. It's really not that surprising. Oh, and also seeing the future. So, you know what? That's fine. But I don't have the people to go on the offensive. All I can do is hold the safe zone. Ah, I see. That's also why she's pissed. She wants to go out on the field and actually do shit, right? Not that she doesn't, but it's like, that's what she's meant to do. She's meant to fight on the front lines. That's what she's all about. But here she is having to play babysitter instead. I can see why she's getting more agitated by the second. We got wounded piling up. Sitting here isn't an option anymore. We need an exit. How do you three get in? Can we backtrack through your entry point? Afraid not. Commander and I, along with this construct, were pulled in at the old FOS surface site. The old surface site? Asimov picked up a strange recording there, transmitted through Rosette's communicator. Lucy and I went to investigate. We crossed paths with this construct along the way. I doesn't call out your line. And then... Oh, okay, good. We're actually seeing what actually happened to us. Good. Grey fog had swallowed everything. Your eyes opened, the deck beneath you felt familiar and wrong all at once. Lucia? Ringing your ears refused to fade. Your first thought was the construct. She should have been right there with you. God damn it! You let go of her hand again, Commandant. Commandant, I'm here. This is the FOS starship. Commandant, this might be the FOS starship, but it's also something more. She rose to her feet. After checking the punishing virus filtration system on your protective suit and confirming it functioned properly, spoke in a quiet voice. Oh, okay, so I do have a protection suit. Because I was going to say, it's like, maybe I don't have mine on, but no, I guess because, again, we knew how dangerous the old FOS site was anyway. I already wore it. Okay, good. The structure matches the FOS starship, but the space itself, it feels like the fog. That's impossible. The Hetero Tower never shown itself, which meant there should have been no way into the fog. I'm not quite sure either. When I entered the fog before, it wasn't like this. She remembered how it used to be. The fog was an infinite gray zone where time and space had no meaning. She could only run senselessly. Had this chicken lost into the void. Yeah, because that's what I was gonna say. It doesn't look like this. It looks like the same place where like the Wuthering Waves load screen is when it was all gray. But that's not the case here. So then what is this place? Like I said, I feel like it's just a separate dimension. Or like a different tear in the fabric of time and space. But this place, countless rifts yawned open. Each a doorway to some other domain, and through them came grotesque monsters by the thousands, sitting upon the deck in an endless writhing tide. Is this why FOS vanished? Even through the murk, the starship's monument stood out like a beacon. But the silence was wrong. Too deep. Too complete. Nothing stirred except the skittering of monsters and the bloodstains that painted the floor. The place was silent as a tomb. Are they really still alive? A faint tremor rippled through your mind beacon. Your mind? It's nothing serious, Commandant. Just the fog pressing on me. Right. I don't know if this is like, it's just something that affects constructs or something. No, it would just be something that's just affecting her, right? Because the other constructs don't seem to have that problem. At least not the ones who were with Vanessa, right? They didn't seem to talk about it. So again, it's only something that resonates with Lucia and Alpha. But it can't really be the Ascension Network, right? Because sure, it would resonate to Alpha, but what did to Lucia? Well, no, I guess they actually kind of did too, because again, their minds were starting to fuse, right? But that's not the case here this time. So why would it be to the same degree like last time? Maybe it's something else? Like there's some other connection we don't know? Because again, there was that one image of some person, but again, I don't think anyone else in Alpha's life would have been responsible for this that we haven't already seen in her past. Did it affect you like this last time? I can't recall. It may be part of whatever's changed about this place. The head of our tower didn't manifest after all. I see. So maybe it's something that didn't happen because things were completely different the last timeline, but this timeline's too different. That's what she's saying. Could be a possibility. Looking back yielded no route of return. The only choice left was to press on. Commandant, let's check the compact filter first. The FOS had disappeared on homecoming day with seasoned commandants on board. If they started punishing virus concentration distance, they would have made straight for the compact filter. Brace for the worst with every step, until at last human silhouettes emerged in the distance. Only then did the tightness in your chest begin to ease. Ah, I see. Okay, so we literally just only showed up recently. Okay, good. The fog? Never heard the name before. Fits though. Oh, right, yeah, because we're the only people who have actually experienced it. And, like, we told Asimov, I think, about it. But no one else should know about it. This accesses the FOS navigation logs in the terminal. So your entry point, which was near the old FOS surface site, might connect to an exit leading out of the fog. Only 3 of us came through. It's still a lead. Beat sitting on our hands waiting to die. Oh right, yeah, because there was supposed to be a transport craft nearby that dropped us off, right? And with it could have been supplies. Those damn rifts won't stop vomiting monsters. Priority 1 is locking down the safe zone we got. After that, we work out. The whole convulsive brought a warning. A deep tremor that sets the alloy bulkheads groaning, helping under the strain. Alpha takes a half step back, barely perceptible. Fingers locking tight around her blade's hilt. Another mind tremor rippled through. The same kind you felt upon entering the fog. Could the Chimera be causing this? Another one? Raynor, grab the reserve 7th scout team. Sweep the safe zone perimeter. No rifts open inside on my watch. And tell Eliana to... Catch yourself inside their mouth shut. On it. Raynor acknowledges from outside the door and hurries off. And you, don't just stand there. Take those 2 and go check. Calls up the tactical radar's holographic projection, scanning for the densest enemy concentrations. There, another green marker, threading an endless swarm of red hostiles. You've gotta be kidding me. A 4th FOS signal? Wait, what? Someone else is here? Wait, but how? The position. Why is this person right on top of the Chimera? What? What is going on? Huh? Why do I see a goat man? Is this supposed to be like the devil's? Oh, and it has the crazy eyes just like Celine. God damn it. Seriously, what the hell is this thing? I mean, I guess this is the Chimera, but what the fuck is this thing? I've never seen anything like it. The designation sequence doesn't exist at all. Wait, what? Violent tremor wrecks the starship, plunging everything into bedlam. Above, the rifts stir to life in sequence like twisted malevolent eyes awakening the abyss. Everyone bolts from the command room. Inside the narrow safe zone, students who were cadets only days ago now fumble into soldiers' formations. Have you traced that designation yet? No, we couldn't. That designation sequence doesn't exist in our records at all. Oh. Is this someone from the past? What do you mean doesn't exist? Based on the designation structure, that year, FOS had no female student with the ID Joanne registered. FOS College assigns each student a unique designation that encodes detailed information, including location, enrollment year, name, and student number. Every enrolled student receives their own designation. Once a student has registered their enrollment, their record remains in the system without exception. Is this Chimera mimicking an FOS signal? There's no reason for it to do that. Never laid eyes on a colossal creature, yet Vanessa's account leaves no doubt that it could obliterate every human here in any way it pleased. Then what is the signal playing at?
Before she can finish, the deck convulses again. All around you, supply crates lurch in a frenzy, restraints snapping one by one. Watch out! Check an injured soldier clear of a supply crate, a heartbeat before it tips. Definitely crashed a massive metal container slams into the opposite bulkhead. What was that sound? The Chimera, right on cue. Beyond the compartment comes a piercing shriek, far off but cold to the bone. What is this? This is like final boss music! Vanessa, we're running out of time here. If the secure the wounded is cut short as Vanessa's terminal shrieks to life. Rifts are multiplying fast, and the punishing fire's concentration is spiking hard. Several just tore open right next to the comms tower. They're going after the tower itself. I've got teams 3 and 4 moving to reinforce. But I won't lie, we can barely hold the line. That tower does not fall. I'm on my way with reinforcements. You just... Lucy and I will hold the purification filter. Nessa understands the starship's layout and the unfolding chaos far better than you do. You only just got here. Trusting her with this mission is a smarter tactical call. Alright. You ask me. Heard nod from Vanessa and she's off, rushing away with another consort who doubled back to reinforce your position. The fog carries sound both mournful and grating, descending yet everywhere at once. The dense gray haze swallows all in its path, spreading through the starship. The punishing vire's concentration is off the charts. It's already crystallizing. Her blade slices clean through one of the strange crystals creeping over the wall. Ah, so that's what those crystals are. The safe zone perimeter is compromised. We need to pull everyone back. Is running all you humans a good for? Fog parts to a sudden blade, still flashing cold in the murk. The creature inside has no time to shriek before its body smashes down to the wreckage-thrown deck. Most here are just ordinary people, after all. Not everyone can fight like you and Lucia. Further talk is impossible now. The chaos closes in again, consuming you entirely. The alarm lights bleed through the fog at the safe zone's edge. Squinting, Alpha catches human silhouettes drifting through the haze. So fragile, so powerless. Seer can't slaughter every thread that drags itself from the mist. Any one of them could cut these humans to pieces mid-stride. Well, they have a protective suit that filter out the punishing virus, but even that protection. Student gives the order and the others clamp down on their triggers. Muzzles blaze, flame engulfing creatures close enough to touching. Or to touch. Obviously a tear in their faces. Still, no one breaks. No one steps back. Push forward. Keep attacking! Instructor Lester's voice is raw now, scraped hoarse. Around them, a cluster of FOS students presses tight behind cover. Reload! Student shouting commands hoist the FOS banner overhead, urging the others forward into another assault. Jaws tight, arms trembling, and every weapon stays raised. The female student in a protective suit slips through the trenches to the next sector, raising the gun arm of her shaking comrade. Grip it tight, like this. Core's gonna wreck your shoulder otherwise. Okay. Grip fails him, his fingers slacking, no matter how fiercely he wills it, the trigger won't budge. Sorry. I just can't. It's okay. You just wound up, that's all. Eyes narrow. Steadies the student's aim, finger pressing over his on the trigger. Shot rips clean through a nearby monster. Also, right? See that? In a situation like that, you could read the eyes or somewhere else as the weak point and act on it? Be a solid 80 in tactical support. Right the door at top marks. Or stumbles over Instructor Eliana's phrases, repeating them like a mantra. Gently, you never really see her hold on his hand. Really? Of course. You've got it from here. More she helps also. A set of his sights on target. Don't let them near the barricade! Heavy guns thunder as one. Also fire scorching blazing lines through the mist. Also shrieking collapse under the barrage, but it means nothing. One and pour over the fallen in a snarling metallic wave. Same volleys that would tear through steel blades cannot stop them. Watch out for the flank! They're breaking through! More close-range detonation, Swallow screams home. Fire erupts through from the enemy's side, too fast for the banner-bearing student to react.
It's all firm and high, the FOS banner dips, tilts, and crashes down as it soon crumbles beneath the blow. Fall back! Back to the filter's perimeter! Dr. Lester clears the shattered barricade in one leap. His twin heavy submachine guns roaring with an unbroken stream of fire. It's Dr. Lester! Monsters flood forward, swallowing the distance in an instant. Lester discards his empty guns, pulls a tactical knife, and sinks it clean to the enemy's joint. Get back! A fissure in the deck, a dark form erupts. Lester slammed back and pinned to the metal bulkhead before he can even gasp. He vaults out of the trench, rifle blazing. The fire she pours onto the enemy barely slows them. In an instant, several breach the gap, flying the trench and ripping savagely into the students. They're in! Don't panic! Keep firing! Wes rips through the trench, being driven by nothing but raw instinct. Hold your ground. Don't let go. Shoot! Students clamber out of the trench in a frantic rush. Spots the enemies closing from behind, tosses her jammed rifle aside, and roots herself squarely in the passage. For FOS! Is that just a micro bomb from her waist? Blade cuts the air, knocking aside an enemy mid-run. Beck draws the micro bomb from Mia's grip, sending it tumbling into the mass of monsters. Then that strange and shakable feeling surges through Alpha's mind again. Commander, those rifts! Catch your breath for a split second and glance up at Lucia's shell. Rifts are still spreading around the vessel. From every one pours an unending tide of enemies flooding toward the deck. Establish a new safe zone near the filter. Evacuation takes priority. Understood. Alpha, I don't answer to you. I'll hold the line for... Never-piercing shriek splits the air. Alpha reels, knuckles bone wide around the hilt of her blade. Never this disturbances is reaching straight into your mind. Even your mind beacon flickers. Its reading spiking erratically. It's the Chimera. So, that's the source. Alpha says someone draws her blade. Alpha, wait! Reach out, but it's already too late. Alpha's gone, swallowed by the fog beyond the perimeter. Blood sticks the ground beyond the safe zone. Somewhere in the fog, the Chimera draws nearer to the starship. For every shriek it loses, the fog splinters wider. Rift after rift gives open, disgorging packs of creatures that scramble onto the deck like rabid wolves, surging mindlessly toward the safe zone. No objective, no strategy, only to run, seek to kill every human they find. You. Alpha stares through the shifting fog, gaze finding the Chimera where it looms beside the starship like a waking nightmare. What the hell? It's holding a head? Seems sad. What? How could she even feel that? What is its sorrow echo in her mind? Then the pain hits her mind, the claws digging into her psyche and squeezing. Alpha frowns, blaming the fog. It has to be the fog. The blade lashes out, cutting through the creatures that throw themselves at her. If you're the source. Across the gap in an instant, boots hitting the bloodstained deck with a solid, unyielding impact. What do you want? A flash of steel and a creature is pinned to the bulkhead mid-climb, clawing limbs going still. Tracking all these people here. The FOS starship, me, the Graver Commandant, and Lucia. A massive creature looms in the distance. Alpha locks onto it, her blade slicing through swirling fog as she takes 2 slow measured steps forward. What are you planning? But again, whose FOS ID was that still, right? Because it's using someone's signal, but who exactly signal is it? Fog spirals in a slow churning vortex around the tower. Chimera's cries rip the sky apart. For every rift that blooms, the punishing fire thickens and crystallizes. Corrupted structures form.
winding around the tower like tightening coils. Where the hell's our backup? Maya! Just in time, Raina spins the gun up and fires one-handed. His other hand snaps forward, snatching the student by the collar and yanking her out of the creature's reach. Spacing out now? Trying to get yourself killed? Get back there and cover me. Yes. His breath from death, the student grips her gun and throws herself back behind cover. If support doesn't arrive soon, the tower's done. Dark clench, Raina squints through the dense fog. Bloodshot eyes fixed desperately on the nearby communications tower. Creatures are scaling the punishing fire crystals, clawing their way toward the tower's peak. Scout Team 5 throws every round they have at them, but it's barely making a dent. Open fire! Cold shout tears through the air above. Next instant, a vicious barrage of fire slams into the creatures scaling the communications tower with surgical precision. Vanessa! Thank God. Wait, where'd you get the heavy artillery? Storage? She offers no further explanation. She snaps an order at the two constructs to maintain fire. Other hand already activating her terminal. Scout Team 5, Valen, you still with us? Of course! For a moment, only standing in the sickening scrape of metal. Then the transmission clears and a male instructor's voice comes through. Scout Team 5, full complement 3, all 3 standing. Vanessa, we're almost out of ammo, but we're alive. All of us. Then stay that way. I'll handle the ammo. Keep broadcasting the distress signal and hang in there. Never thought I'd hear that from you, Vanessa. Don't worry, I haven't proposed to Eliana yet. No way I'm dying here. God damn it. These people raising their death flags. Before Vanessa can respond, the line goes dead. Valen still doesn't know about Eliana. Who's going there to tell him now? Vanessa doesn't even look up. She cuts Rainer off mid-sentence. Tone icy and detached. Eyes locked on the tactical map. Forget it. None of us even knows that we're making it through today. Another green light flickers and dies on a holographic display. Lips tied into a thin, bloodless line. Lester's down. Spare drags Rainer's head down. He once strode through FOS College in Babylonia as its director of administration, with control over every asset aboard the starship. Now all that power is meaningless. In this nightmare, he can do nothing but bear witness as his old comrades are cut down one after the next. Quit standing there. I brought ammo. We need to get it up to Valen and his team. She moves too fast and the wound in her arm pulls hard. That trace of color bleeds from her pale face, brow creasing sharply. You're hurt. It's nothing. Change my suit. No infection risk. Don't fuss. As the shifts, casual turn masking something far from casual. Wound slashed deep to the bone. Blood welling and spilling in steady rivulets down her arm. Find a way to get those supplies up there. Whatever it takes, that tower does not fall. But even if we hold the tower, can we actually reach Babylonia from here? Before I wasn't sure. Now it's possible. A holographic Mach 2 green signals still flash locked in combat, as his eyes fall down unwavering. Santos and Lucia, and that suspicious construct, they made it into the fog. That proves this space is unstable. It's not a sealed barrier. Intermittent exits lead back to the surface. Eyes narrow as in on a waveband frequency scrolling across the terminal screen. As long as we keep broadcasting on all frequencies, and as long as Babylonia is still searching, they can ping. We will reach them. Yeah, because it's like, we had to have reached some kind of signal to be able to get there. Oh, another message. Okay. According to Eliana's map, the where should be right here. Commander Vanessa, I advise against going in. The punishing virus levels inside are extremely high. Then what am I supposed to do? Use you as a heavy cannon? Find a way to open that door. Yes. Covers, there are too many of them. Retreat. Retreat? Are you kidding me? Gather supplies. Take everything you can. Oh, okay. This was how she got the supplies. Excel Dreamer.
Seriously, what the hell is this thing? She trudges through the endless fog. The fog is cold, like the day they left for the 21st time. Wait, 21st? What, that thing? The Chimera? No, this is her memory. Whose memory is this? The fog has dissolved time, dissolved space, dissolved her along with them. Who is crying? Who's asking to go home? But where is home? She no longer remembers how long she's walked, or how long she's been trapped in this nowhere. She only remembers she has to find those two. Until she does, she can only carry all this burden and slowly push forward. Slowly push forward. Oh, is that what it's doing? It's just pushing forward. It's just traveling until it finds the two. But I wonder what made it lose its memory. Is it just because it's been, like, because time is unstable in all these spaces, that it's actually been a much longer than in real time? So it lost its memory by that point? No, she can't keep searching like this. She still hasn't found anything. She still hasn't found them. Thoughts flicker in and out of existence. Only the pain stays constant, rooted deep within her mind. The crown is still feeding on her flesh. She can feel it. Even now she can't control it. That power bleeds outward, uncontrollable, shredding the fog. Rifts open in its wake and monsters pour through. Stop. It has to stop. She has to stop. Keep using the crown's power like this and FOS will... Wait, the crown? Ah, don't tell me. Is this another FOS project again? God damn it. What did Dominic do? Multitude of voices erupt inside her skull all at once. There's no time. She's dying. They're dying. Find that person. Find her. Find them. Oh, so it's just searching for someone. It's traveling and making these tears in space to find something. But it only exists in the realm where punishing exists. So that's why they keep pouring out, right? But it makes me wonder, are those monsters also, like, they're attacking and jumping out of those tears in space because they're also under the command to go, to, like, move forward to search? Because, again, it would be similar to those other cases where Ascendants and such were able to control the corrupted and be like, go forward or attack or eliminate my enemy. I wonder if it's doing that subconsciously. Or if they're just, like, going wild on their own. Now her shriek rips from her throat, and the ground's power surges through the fog once more. Then she stops. The gray turns slow and deliberate toward the space above the starship's deck. She sees 3 specks of light, each burning at a different intensity. Is that you? She moves closer toward the deck, desperate to discern their faces. It is you. She thinks she recognizes them. We're old friends. What? For each second, the zone of safety draws tighter. The wounded huddle in makeshift trenches pieced together from supply crates. Just beyond a crude barricade, monsters pound the splintering defenses, wave at the relentless wind. What's the status of the CPF? The filter's holding steady. As long as those monsters are still made of punishing virus, safe zone will hold. But the problem is the mass of their bodies. They're piling up fast. Oh yeah, because in the end this is still a starship. Severed limbs and seeping blood inch to the cramped sanctuary, sitting with little ground remains. The air reeks of burning, sharp and suffocating. Back to back, the wounded students hold their silent vigil, eyes stripping the fog, bracing. Despair tightens its grip. The cold settles into their bones. Their breath, pale ghosts in the frigid air, is the only warmth they have left. Someone finally breaks the silence. It's so cold. Oh, my bad. It's the bloodlust talking. Toka's up rag and gropes blindly through a corner of the supply crate, fingers closing around a roll of stained bandages. Last bandage Instructor Eliana left us. Before she gets back, Wigger with his good hand with his teeth, he helps cinch the girl's bandages tight to hold back the bleeding. Before she gets back, you'll have to make it last. The rations in that crate almost gone too, aren't they? We can stretch them a bit longer. As for the rest, it all comes down to who gets there first. Us getting out, or them getting in. We make it back, we get to eat. We break through first, we're gonna in. Either way, someone's belly's getting full. Blade arcs through the air. Tusk monster slams against the supply crate behind you, pinned clean through. Clambered over the corpses of its own kind to breach the safe zone. They're breaking through. Damn, that's crazy. They're using the corpses as stepping stones. They really are just learning over time. A flash of steel splits the air. Blade arcs near perfect as Lucius grips its level, severs the enemy short to one clean strike. Just keep moving. Until resolution presents itself, your only option is to keep shrinking the perimeter. At least the purification filter still holds. I'll clear the perimeter first. There are too many closing in. As he evokes the trench, forced to swallowed whole by the grinding cacophony of the mechanical monsters. You can move, help those who can't. Head straight for the filter and don't look back. And you don't want another, the students drag themselves toward the distance CPF. Thanks. He heaved the now unconscious student upright, but our quick thanks to Alpha and hand her off to another instructor still on his feet. I thought you weren't coming back. I said I'd help. My prey hasn't shown up yet. That's all. What? She was right in front of it. Is it maybe not the mastermind? Like, maybe someone let this monster loose, right? Because, again, if it was just wandering around, why'd it only just show up now? It doesn't seem to be directly connected to FOS specifically. At least not in the way we think it does. So maybe someone else let it loose and then it just started searching? Like now it's free from its cage basically. The Chimera? Yeah, it's closing in on the starship. Her trim slams to the deck. Alpha steadies herself, pressing a hand on her forehead. Need my help? It's fine. And darts behind her eyes. Alpha furrows her brow, willing it away by sheer force. So why did you go to the old FOS site? Why did you? To find the FOS starship. You picked up an unknown signal at that location. Alpha freezes for a moment, seemingly surprised by your frankness. Consider it an exchange of intel. Even if we're not on the same side, getting out of here comes first. I was following some phantoms, and they led me there. Phantoms? We saw it all. Had a rift open and swallowed the FOS starship whole. We meant to warn you, but the power pouring out from this place started affecting Luna. That power spawned all these strange phantoms. Some I recognized, others I never experienced. The image surfaces again, self standing beneath the FOS monument talking. Yeah, because I was gonna say, it's like, it showed Lucia, but it's like, who are those other people? Then, I ran into you. It started affecting Luna? For a frame upgraded, Luna should command most of the Ascension network. So for something to affect her like that? Something might be hidden in the fog. I'm not sure, but whatever it is, I'll hunt it down. Chimera's shriek splits the air, cutting your conversation short. It's here. Alpha grips her blade. Found over where she charges into the fog. She gropes through the fog searching. She knows they're on the deck. Could it be you? Or you? Open fire! Vanessa gives the order. Face grim as the Chimera materializes from the fog. Cannons roar, deadly fire erupts, and the massive beast barely flinches, turning its head just slightly. Damn it! Why is it charging straight at us now? What is it doing? What sees the Rainer's face? Crowley watches the Chimera plucks a struggling student from the deck. Oh, is it trying to touch and see if it's who they're looking for? Then's punishing virus devours the protective student in seconds. 3 minutes are all it takes. The student melts through a shapeless bloody ruin before the beast flings his body aside. Not... Oh, it is! It's trying to confirm that it's who they're looking for. Stop! From a gunfire rakes the Chimera's body. Its blood showers the deck, metal dissolving into pitted ruin wherever it lands. The beast doesn't even flinch. Unhurried, unfeeling, it stoops and sees another human. Not you either. Then all of you. And she sees a Fasanda deck. She leaps down from the deck. She's the Chimera as it retreats into the fog. Damn it, a rift! Every alarm swallowed by the Chimera's shriek. Alongside the comms tower, a colossal rift splits the air, slowly yawning open. Gapes like the maw of a ravenous beast waiting to feast on its next meal. Fallon, do you copy? Nessa doesn't hesitate. Every weapon in hand, she sprints for the base of the comms tower. Terminal coughs back harsh static. Well, well. They really don't want us making it back, do they? It supports every ounce of strength into her sprint. Above her at the top of the comms tower, the small figure leans perilously over the edge. Fallon, what are you doing up there? Sharing the good news, of course. A chuckle escapes Fallon, slumped against a window frame, unable to stand. Her fingers are holding the comms terminal. Scout Team's 2 other members are here with him as well, or what remains of them. A distress signal got a response. Toby went out to install the signal booster. He fell. All I could grab was his left arm. Al and I stayed to hold the tower. Enemies poked through. We were out of ammo. To keep the equipment safe, Elle took a micro-explosive and sealed herself outside the hatch with them. All I have left of her is their terminal. But we pulled it off. Scout Team 5? Mission accomplished. Legs a hand across his bloody mask. The smear clears, revealing a satisfied smile. We got a signal from Babylonia. Fallon! Fallon's movement, the tower's long dark signal light flickers awake. A thin blue glow burns impossibly bright against the ravenous dark rim. Vanessa, listen. I'm routing Babylonia's channel straight to your terminal. The tower has to hold until we get a full transmission from Babylonia, and it'll hold. Beneath the tower, the first enemy claws its way out of the rift, things twisting and grotesque. Vanessa, do me a favor. Tell Liana I said hi. It's the detonate. Tell her
I'll be waiting at the end of the stars. Leaps into the open air. What the hell? Damn, everyone's dropping like flies! Fuck. Storage device was found below the communications tower. Someone must have dropped it there on purpose, using the tough fabric from an FOS instructor uniform as a makeshift parachute. The device barely still works, and inside is a short video. Liana, I'm sorry. Can't keep my promise. I couldn't save Elle or Toby. No, I'll be seeing them soon enough. But we did it. We protected the communications tower. I do still regret one thing. I promise I'd take you to that restaurant in Babylonia. I don't even know how things are there now. I just hope it's still open when you make it back. Try that grilled fish for me, okay? Looks so good in the ad. Alright, I think that's everything. My account password is your birthday. Use whatever money is left however you want. It's probably the last thing I can give you, so I guess this is goodbye. Leans closer to the camera, his face streaked with blood, but his eyes are still gentle. Eliana, don't follow me too soon. Take your time. Go back to Babylonia and grow old. Happy. But let me be selfish just this once. Please don't forget me. I'll be waiting for you at the end of the stars. That's where we'll meet again. Fuck me, man. Like, damn, unlike before where you could at least have time to, like, engage with them and everything and then have that happen. This is just happening so fast. Wow. Oh, there was something here. Eliana's tactical supply bag. Inside of one expired serum, half a roll of filthy bandages, a small storage device with starship floor plans, an empty compressed biscuit wrapper. Val's contact info and her name are written carefully on the wrapper. Ah. Eliana used last of her strength to press the... Oh, my bad. I had to scroll. Door closed button. Had no time to leave any final words. It's going to be very interesting to learn who exactly even is this Chimera anyway. Because we don't know if they're doing it intentionally like this, or if it's something else entirely. Or it just says Lucia, okay. From the yawning rift comes a deep thunderous roar, with a detonation of blinding light. The shrieks of the monsters, the starship's terminal hisses with static. Asmon's voice cuts through the chaos. This is Babylonia, broadcasting on all frequencies. Priority emergency relay to the FOS starship. Distress signal received. Babylonia will guide you home. First, make for the FOS monument. Remove the manual physical seal and activate the deep space beacon. Then restart the main engines. Full thrust. Synchronize to the beacon. Babylonia will be waiting at the outer perimeter. We're out of time. I don't know how much of this transmission is getting through, so commit this. Unlock the deep space beacon inside the monument. Restart main engines. Maximum thrust. And leave everything else to us. Deep space beacon. Engines. The FOS monument and the engine room both lie at the starship's stern. Long way from the fragile safety they carved out here. Oh, that's right. They said they couldn't even get to the engine room, right? Shit. And the monument, that's like the dead center. Literally both the worst places to try to get to. Huh. It does make me think, is this what Dominic was talking about as to like why he needed the monument to stay? Because like I said, did he see the future, or did this happen, or did an event similar to this happen in his future, in his timeline with Nemo / Vonnegut? Can we actually pull this off? Doesn't matter. We're doing it. Yeah, I mean, what do you got to lose? The FOS monument stands to the opposite shore of the fog's endless sprawl. Nessa stays across at it. That's the last of her doubts fall away. Let's move. Safe zone first. We should regroup with the Grey Raven Commandant. Nearby in another compartment, Alpha still hunted the giant chimera.
Strangely, the creature wants no direct confrontation, bolting the very moment she draws near. But see, that's what I mean. It's like, it seems to be searching for something. Is it not Alpha? I mean, I don't know who it could be, but I thought maybe that's what it is. Appears to be in tremendous pain. His life is draining away. Is the fog doing this? How is she feeling what the creature feels? In the split second Alpha freezes, the Chimera shrieks and bolts, pulling toward the outer perimeter of the starship's safe zone. Alpha bursts into motion, chasing straight into the jaws of another battlefield. I honestly don't know what it's trying to do. Is it trying to stop us from leaving until it can figure out what it's looking for? Oh, okay, cool. I get to play as Alpha. Sweet. Oh, great. Just these losers. Looks like another pile for the scrap heap. Let's get this over with.
深淵よ、入れ口がいい。胸。この怪物たちは何なの？ 無事
家に帰りたい。
どうすればあの亀裂を塞げるのでしょう。 攻撃の勢いが激しくなっている。上の支援をお願いします。
そこには亀裂が。
面倒ね。栄宝よ、愛好の王をつかめ。胸。すべての元凶はあなただったのね。
Wait, that was it? Really? Okay. Sure. The safe zone's been anything but safe for some time now. Damaged emergency lights strobe erratically along the bulkheads. One of the exhausted huddled together in cramped clusters, panic carved into their blood-smeared faces. The monsters, they just keep coming. No matter how many we put down, they don't stop. Gotta break through. His voice barely more than a sob echoes softly through the silent trenches. Are we really gonna make it? Can FOS really make it home? Along the defensive perimeter, muzzle flashes sputter and fade as ammunition runs desperately low. From this strange stretch of the fog, the FOS starship is cut off from any hope to resupply. The last rounds are spent and even the caustics are pushed past their breaking point. What options will remain?
Of course FOS is making it back. So many instructors. So many of our classmates gave their lives here. Are we supposed to just leave them? Walk away and let them rot in this damned fog? It's not over. We're not giving up. What did FOS teach us? Fight the enemy, protect the living. There are still people alive right now. We still have strength left, don't we? Instructors and the Grey River Commander are still fighting out there. So can we. But with what? We're nearly out of ammo. We're down to ration bars. We're using expired serum, and even that's almost gone. Even the FOS banner is. No ammo? Then we use our knives. Use your team, she tears the bandages on her arm. Shreds off her uniform jacket. Rations? I still have Instructor Eliana's storage map. We can send out search parties. Scavenge the supply bays in the fog. For her own blood, she paints the FOS symbol, stroke by stroke, onto the blank back of her jacket. Humanity does not fall here. And we, students of FOS, don't break against something like this. Picks up a rifle, its ammunition long spent, and ties the crude banner firmly to its muzzle. Nia, First Year Cadet of Command, FOS Designation 74. She raises the FOS banner high and charges past the perimeter, driving deep into the mass of fallen monsters. For FOS! Instructor Eliana's voice echoes in her mind. Times a grip on the dagger, and with an unyielding resolve, plunges into the socket of a snarling monster. Now on the deck, deep within the fog, the Chimera stops. Under the blaring red emergency lights, a blade gleams like a cold star. Alpha spins around and lands directly in the creature's path. Nowhere to run now. The blade sweeps through the fog like a scythe of cold light. No time to recoil. The Chimera absorbs the full brutal force of the strike. It's wailing. Creature. No. She is wailing. Pain floods Alpha's mind, breaking her stance for a heartbeat. It's all the Chimera needs. It bolts towards the top of the deck. You don't go! Darts forward in pursuit. What's going on? Why can't she sense the savage bloodlust she'd expect from a beast? Instead, all she feels is an overwhelming grief, so thick it threatens to drown her. Moments ago, it was butchering humans without hesitation. And that same creature now seems so utterly heart-stricken. Chimera stops at the center of the deck. You? The sound escaping her mouth is no longer a monster's shriek. Or Lucia. What? Who are you? Unfathomable grief pours from the Chimera's voice. Her hands stretch toward Alpha, open and trembling, right to the blade hanging between them. Her unbroken sob spell. You. Alpha's caught. His grief-stricken eyes hold her fast, and without thinking, she steps closer. Alpha! After her arm, Lucia tears herself away from the enemies, pointing to the rift, ready to charge toward Alpha. She's too late. Chimera wraps his arms around Alpha and plunges into the endless fog below. What the hell? Seriously, what's going on? Tactical supply packs are scattered across the ground. This one has a tiny cap badge pinned to it, along with the standard supplies. There's a broken handheld game console inside. This tactical supply pack is soaked with blood. Inside is a small note torn from a notebook. It says, "No one cares when a mayfly dies. No one will care when I die either. If everything rises, everything falls." Another tactical pack is a hidden row of large caliber rounds and some illegally modified gun parts. It's a serious violation of FOS school rules. But where did their owners go? Ooh. Chilling. Alpha braces for violence, fangs, claws, and killing blows. Instead, the massive creature pulls her into a desperate embrace, almost pleading. The The moment their bodies touch, the white fog closes in, pushing toward them like a wave that has finally found its shore. Her mind splits at the seams, shredded and remade in the same breath. The fog churns around her as countless fragmented scenes and distant conversations flood her memories. Her memories? Whose memories are they? Who's laughing? Wait, what? Who's talking? That voice. Why does it sound so familiar? Wait, what? Is this why it's resonating with them? Our Lucia, though. Is this maybe possibly a Luna from another history, right? I mean, it is possible. We've seen alternative versions of other individuals before. And again, if it's someone from a different time or a separate alternative universe, it's possible that with the powers of the Ascension Network and everything, it could claw its way through to another dimension. Because I don't know why I would say our Lucia if it would be Lucia or Alpha themselves. So is it, like I said, maybe a Luna from another timeline, but where her powers spiral out of control, maybe? Because, I mean, again, the only reason that the Commander can feel it too is because he's connected to Lucia's mind beacon. Aside from that, for it to connect to the other two, but I don't know. But again, why would they act on it now? Lucia. Tomorrow, the others and I are going on a long trip. It won't take too long. What? Who is that? Yeah, seriously, who is that? Why does hearing that voice make her feel so sad? In her mind, countless viscous shards of memory swirl around her in a dizzying vortex. For just like a lone vessel caught in a riptide, struggling to navigate the storm of illusions. You're first class too. My name is Lucia. What? Wait, so that version of her that looked like she was in a uniform or something. Is this a history where... Oh, it is, isn't it? Oh, what? So, it's Lucia in another history. At least, this is my assumption. Is this Lucia from another history, but this is one where she ended up either... Where probably... Because again, they were from the orphanage, but then they were taken for the tests, right? As part of like a deal that the church or orphanage was having with like Kurano or something. That led to those tests and everything, right? Is this Chimera Lucia / Alpha from a future where they didn't end up as test subjects, and instead they ended up aspiring to be members of FOS? The what if event? That's what I'm thinking. Because again, if it's from another future, it's possible. We've seen that other futures do exist. But how would she have become something like this, though, right? Because she would have been human. Because if she attended FOS, she would have been human. Because we don't really deal with consort commandants except for what if Chrome. He's the only exception to that rule. But aside from that, I just can't think of anything else. But again, what would lead her to getting mutated into a Chimera? If only we could get her in serious coding. Yeah, that's true. But again, like I said, it would explain why they can resonate with her, right? It's like we said before. Normally there would only be one Lucia, but with the fact that there are two, and they both come from the same core of being Lucia at the end of the day, it's why they resonated last time in the Crimson Weave chapter. And why they almost ended up fusing. But why is Lucia trying to find the other Lucia? That's the thing. That's why I'm leaning towards it being more Luna than it is Lucia. But I don't know. It doesn't make sense either, because
they actually are blood sisters. That's a fact from the story. So how would they act like strangers? Unless they got separated and then they forgot about each other, but I don't know. Because if they weren't test subjects, then what would cause that kind of event to happen? I don't even know. I'll just play the story. We'll figure it out. But again, seeing her as potentially a command... No, it would have to be, wouldn't it? It would have to be that Lucia was an FOS commandant. Because again, she had memories of where these places were, right? She knew how to navigate through FOS. She knew where Prism Square was. And even Lucia started feeling like, why does it feel strange being here when she came with the commandant? It has to be. But what does it mean searching for our Lucia if it is? Does it mean retaining the identity of Lucia? Who's she talking to? Pointing a weapon at... Still calling yourself? That doesn't excuse what you did, you know. Phantoms drifting through her mind begin to fade. She sees a building on the surface swallowed by fire. She runs through the labyrinth built from countless fragmented moments she cannot name. Luna, you started tidying. Lucia, protect your sister. But I don't want to. Just want to find Mom and Dad. Lucia, what did you find today? Little sister who followed you around and couldn't live without you is alive and standing right in front of you. And now you're gonna leave me? Lucia, the error must end here. To create new alternatives, I need a power deterrence. Now, I am your cage. What the hell? Well, actually, now that I think about it, regardless, she would still end up in Ascendant, right? Because we also learned in another timeline, or in the dead end timeline, that there are some points that will still happen in the world, right? Because when we were stuck in that one point with the dead end, we couldn't escape it unless we went even further back, right? If we didn't go to before the Hetero Tower landed, or when it first appeared, then anytime we went after it did, or a substantial amount of time did, we'd still always end up in the dead end dying in the Hetero Tower, and then Babylonia abandoning Earth. So there are specific waypoints that... Or not waypoints, what's the word? Not contingency, not intervention, there's a specific word for it. Let's just say anchor points. There are specific anchor points that are always destined to happen. That will always happen one way or another. Kind of like the butterfly effect, right? Even if you change something, there's still technically one point in which everything shifts into much more divergent branches. Like, where you are at one point, but then there's the branch where you say yes or no. And then it leads to two completely different paths and many alternate branches for each side. I wonder if it's that a divergent point. No, not a divergent point. Damn it, I don't remember what it's called, but I hope you understand what I mean. But I think maybe that's the case, right? So maybe she was a student at FOS. She ended up becoming a commandant. And then later on, maybe she ended up learning about the dark truth, like with commandants and constructs, like she did as the current alpha, and she went rogue. But even if she did, why wouldn't she have paired up with Luna? Did something else happen? No, actually, now that I think about it, it depends. What would have happened with Luna at that time, right? Would she have been without Luna then? Would she have maybe been an only child in another lifetime? Oh no, again, there's a lot of what ifs that's like, they could be the main points that make this Lucia, or potential Lucia, of a Chimera, different from the other two, but we don't really know what it is. But anyway, it's just that it has to be Lucia if they can sync their minds to each other like this. Visions flash across her sight, distorted and surreal. Some are battlefields she remembers carving with her own hands. Others are never seen by her. Her teeth grind against the pain. Each step is a white-hot blade into her mind, ramming shards of alpha screaming like a blizzard. Her mind is fluctuating, slowly and stably. Not from fear or emotion, but from something deeper. A simultaneous repulsion of attraction toward the truth. With every step, the shell named Alpha fishes a little more, peeling back to reveal the raw, bloody nerves of Lucia beneath. Stands alone at the center of this desolate void. Light and shadow cleave through her spine, laying bare flesh and blood. Time rewinds around her. She sees herself fighting the Ascension Network. She sees herself wandering to the frozen sea. She sees herself hiding in the ruins. Yeah, because these are all the points in time in which she became, or she's made those leaps in which she's changed. Accepting herself as no longer being Lucia anymore. The point where she ended up having to go through that part in the ARU chapter with the Epic Narwhal song. And then it was also the point when she tried to overcome the Ascension Network and not just become a pawn of the Ascension Network. She sees herself standing in the snowfields. The long blade shrinks rapidly in her grip. Barefoot now, she runs across the boundless snow. She must push through it all, break past the surface, plunge into the deepest depths of this raging torrent. Her silhouette blurs, merging with the stardust of years gone by. To the strange weave of fate, something waits at the end. Her starting point hazy and indistinct. Suddenly her consciousness flickers out. Silence swallows everything. Then she sinks into something warm. An embrace. Her eyes won't open. The world is reduced to a soft blurred light. A gentle voice sings her down to sleep. Alpha slips away, cradled in the fog. What the hell is this? Okay, I think we can at least do one more and then we can end the stream for tonight. The end is the beginning. This cruel world offers them nothing. No victory, no answers. This is a world lost in time itself. Humanity at last peered into its fissures, and devastation, such chaos contamination, came without warning. Agent Zero, unraveling everything. Oh, yes, yeah, chaos contamination. Yes, because this was the thing in Nemo's history, right? Or his future, / Vonnegut. When he and Dominic and the rest of the team traveled back in time. They didn't deal with the punishing virus. They dealt with chaos contamination, which was a different kind of, virus. But their version. And they had Agent Zero, who Dominic ended up sealing in our timeline. Or, right? Or, no, Agent Zero was the one who slipped through from their timeline to ours, right? Selene was the thing that Dominic had sealed, right? Their failures condensed into crystal, layer upon layer, heaved into a tower that reached the heavens. How much longer must we wander through this spiral of life and death? And when from that spiral's peak, a pale presence unfurled without end, everything, whole and shattered alike, crumbled to nothing in an instant. Afterward, silence. The land never spoke again. Somewhere deep within the ruins, a tiny heart refused to stop beating. That is the origin of light. The origin of Lucia. Origin. Chapter 2. Wait, what? What? Oh, so I'm in part 2 now. Okay, interesting. We don't usually do stuff like this. Like, change it into parts. That's a new one. Light is gone. Ow. Behind him, the head of the tower's core melts down. Glaring white light swallows the world. Then comes the violent ejection. There's no grace to it. They're wrung from the folds of that domain like excess water. A colossal hand flipping them down into the earth. A cough breaks into silence. No one knows who started it. It spreads. One voice, then another, then a ragged chorus. Construction need to cough, but their frames already ruined have shattered further. Conduits are split open, vital fluid seeps into cavities it was never designed to fill. They've been thrown into a half-collapsed ruin. A fractured ceiling leans overhead at a precarious angle, barely sheltering a small pocket of space. No one's missing. 12 bodies thrown across the rubble, each wearing their own shape of ruin. 12. Yeah, because, again, isn't that supposed to be the squad? Like, the one with Nemo and Dominic. Because they had a bunch of people, but they went missing, right? Lost to the fog, if I'm remembering correctly. Sorry, it's been a while since we went through Shaper's Ripples and Vonnegut's lore. The wired woman hauls herself up through sheer will, trembling with the effort. She sways and starts her check on her team, or her check on the team. Is everyone all right? Voices rise one after another. With each response, her shoulders ease a little more. Nearby, a man with a scruffy beard drags a sleeve across his face. Did we make it? Yeah, the Vanguard unit. Yes, that's what it was. The Vanguard unit. They were the ones who went. His voice echoes to the ruins. There's no incident. What? So is maybe where this Lucius from? They're from a timeline where the 12 actually did make it through? Where they actually survived from the void and actually made it to the other history? Because again, supposedly only Vonnegut should be the only one, oh, and Dominic technically, who made it through. But no one else. Well, I guess their minds, in a way, actually did. Not their physical selves, but, you know. Julian, anything on Agent Zero? Yeah, so it was these guys who were chasing after Agent Zero. Julian's visual module sweeps their surroundings, streams information cascading across his sight in rapid pulses. Then he speaks. Words track through ruined vocal cords. Bridges a worry metallic crackle. Signals gone. Completely. Not even residual radiation. His report comes slowly, haltingly. Every word carries the weight of disbelief, so he's speaking to make it real to himself. Oh, right, yes, because, again, even if they did make it here in this timeline, the tower still wouldn't be here yet. Agent Zero wouldn't be here yet. It would still be a while before that even happens. Of course. Because if I remember, Dominic had made it to this timeline before the punishing virus had occurred, right? Because then that's when he was able to establish FOS and all that stuff. Thinking like the Chaos Contamination would have come to this world, but instead it became the Punishing. We made it. We actually made it. The laugh escapes number 2, and the force strength drains from his body all at once. On December 25th, 2097, Chaos Contamination fell upon the world. Yeah, on Christmas. Within a single year, humanity witnessed the birth of its brightest dream, only to watch it twist into a nightmare under the corruption of Chaos Contamination. Oh yes, the time travel capsule. Right, because that was the difference. These guys had made a time travel capsule, but our history made the 0-point reactor. Again, humanity was trying to test the forces of nature and control it. And then that's what led to this. Those who ventured into hell, the Hetero Tower, seeking salvation, could only stand helplessly as the home they sought to protect marched steadily toward ruin. Time and again, they reached for the light. Time and again, they were plunged back into darkness. These 12 weary souls have long been as scarred and broken as the homeland they swore to defend. But today, their dimmed eyes finally catch a glimpse of dawn breaking through the abyss. Wordless, smiles bloom across every face. He smiled as though every failure along the path had just been forgiven. I had to wonder, who are these people in the future anyway? Because again, it's like Vonnegut's mind traveled, or Nemo had traveled back in time to someone else's mind to become Vonnegut. And Dominic would possibly be the same thing to the actual Dominic in this time, or someone who calls himself Dominic. So, is there somehow a version of these people in this world? Or like in our timeline? Or is it one of those where it's like, some people do exist in this case and some people just don't in another? Number 4's gaze drifts to the corner. A pale young man rests against the wall. Yeah, him! That's Nemo. Nemo? The core? The young man Nemo uncurls his fingers. There against his right palm sits an eerie cube. Several shivers and pulses, as though it was still straining against some unseen superstrength. Ah, there we go! Yes, that was the one trap. That was the core from, what was it called? From Luna's chapter. Yeah. The Hetero Tower sealed core. Oh, no, right, that was the Hetero Tower sealed core, my bad. That's something different. The only remnant left behind after the tower was scoured from existence. Here. Alright, Professor Dominic, you should come take a look at this. Wait, what? Oh no, yeah, he would actually be with them, because again, unlike last time when they didn't all successfully make it, it seems like they all actually did make it. Maybe. Girl's voice rings out across the fractured landscape, and he's... Wait, Professor Dominic? Oh. Oh, is this a future in which... Oh, is this maybe what's also different? That Dominic isn't actually here in this timeline? Professor? What's going on? Nemo, what happened to Dominic? Before he can offer any explanation, the young man collapses from exhaustion. Nemo! Number 5 moves an instant catching Nemo before he hits the ground. When he sees the cracks webbing across Nemo's entire frame, an unmistakable signature of force field overload. A force field designed to resist chaos contamination with a measurable defensive power, created in Nemo's world, is costly to produce, essential for the Vanguard's exploration of Hetero. Right, yes, because they had modified themselves to the point where they should have been able to survive the Hetero Tower, because otherwise, unless you have access, there's no way you can get in. And even if you could, unless you're the person given access, you wouldn't be able to take it. Let him rest. We made it back from that place thanks to him and the key he carries. Leora, where's Dominic? Your guess is as good as mine. After we were thrown for the Hetero Tower, Dominic was just gone. My only problem is I always keep forgetting, and I don't remember what the answer is, but it's like, was it that Dominic traveled back and like his mind went to someone else, kind of like how Nemo kind of did the thing? Or is it more so like he actually did travel back? They just became like the symbol Dominic. Number 2 pivots sharply as I sweep the group, logging onto each face. 12. He knows every one of them. Dominic isn't here. No, that's not right. Oh, so maybe it is. This is a history in which Dominic doesn't exist. What the fuck? Okay, never mind. I guess maybe situations can get worse. Okay, maybe this is one of the reasons why potentially Lucia could have ended up as the Chimera. No, it could, right? Because, again, Dominic's supposed to be the one who made the Inver device, right? So, even though they're constructs, it's like, are they built the same way that constructs are in our timeline? Or is it something different entirely? Interesting. Dominic could be buried under here. Give it up, Chris. Dominic must have been thrown into the fog. You remember that hellhole, do you? His hand freezes on a broken slab. Number 8 is right. Chris knows. He saw himself that the moment they tried to pass through the gateway, Dominic was already... Oh, okay, yeah, so this is different. One where Dominic didn't make it through. Chris's hand slips away from the stone. Sounds fills the space. That brief swelling joy from just moments ago collapses in on itself, soundless as a punctured balloon.
But we pulled it off, right? We got the core, and Agent Zero's gone. This is what Dominic staked everything on. So, at least... Tremor runs through his voice. Wrestles it back, forcing each word into something resembling calm. At least the world is safe now, right? A single voice rises against him. They all need this to be true as much as he does. Yeah, it has to be. As long as chaos contamination's erased, we can work with the survivors. Rebuild our city. Everyone will have a place to call home again. Then we can finally leave that godforsaken base. Life goes on. Let's check outside. They rise one after another, to file up beneath the half-collapsed ceiling into the open air. Familiar, sickening crimson light seeps through the cracks in the walls. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. The station shut out before them. But reduced to rubble, buildings stripped to skeletal frames. Your bar twisted toward the sky like snapped bones. No city remains. No survivors called out. Nothing left to defend. Crimson crystals that they know all too well carpet the corpse of the city. The ruins roll outward in every direction, an unbroken wasteland to the edge of the site. Oh my god, they traveled to another history. But they traveled into the history in which the Punishing had already taken the world. Because of the fucking Hetero Tower. Wait, could it be our failed history though? That would be crazy. Chaos contamination? How? But we already took the tower's core! But the tower menacing rift tears through the sky. That's from the gateway, when it opened. The red pale fog spills in eerie silence. Creatures and human, innumerable, come with it, flying down onto the land at endless tide. The horror all points to a single crushing truth. The human vanguard team's 21st Hetero Tower expedition failed. Someone retches, someone sobs. Sounds are faint, the dead world devours them instantly. Only silence behind. No, this can't be right. There have to be survivors. Drops to her knees and starts digging, bare hands prying at broken slabs clawing through the wreckage. Body face down, already cold. She rises and moves to the next pile of debris. Another body curled inward, arms wrapped around something that's no longer there. It died protecting nothing. She rises, moving on again. 1, 2, 3, too many. At last she finds one still breathing. Chaos contamination. Oh! Wait, is it actually chaos contamination? Or do they just perceive it as chaos contamination from their world, but it's like, it's punishing in this timeline? Because again, they're supposed to be relatively similar, but fundamentally different. Crimson crystals that devoured half a man's body, creeping across flesh like a living disease. Pulsing from the gash in his abdomen. His breathing scrapes in and out in wet, ragged gasp. His eyes, those human powers, are dying, flickering out like spent embers. How can this... Use another concrete slab aside. Two of them work without speaking, each taking a side, sifting through the wreckage. Pile after pile. Each one gives up the same things. Corpses, or worse, the contaminated ones still breathing but already lost the chaos contamination. Leora, we need to go. Something's coming through the rift. Multiple contacts, closing fast. We can't fight like this. If we don't move now. Voice comes from behind, trembling with unease. Give me a second. Leora, we have to face it. We lost. We were crushed. The moment that gateway opened, everything was destroyed. Just a little longer. There has to be someone. Grips at the ruins with desperate bleeding hands. Every slab she heaves aside splits her wounds forever open. She doesn't stop. One survivor. Just one. Might make all of it mean something. Is there anyone left? Anyone who can prove her heart didn't die for nothing? It broke long ago when the world did. She's been standing in the ruins ever since. Tears to another pile. Beneath it lies a child. Dust blankets her small body from head to toe. Her eyes are pressed shut, lips cracked, her skin a ghostly pale. Her chest is still. Noah's hand freezes in midair. It's the only child they found. She begins clearing the rubble, each stone lifted with unbearable gentleness as though the child could still feel pain. The last shard of rubble is lifted away and the child is fully revealed. It's on her back without a word and possibly docile. Laura lifts her into her arms. She weighs almost nothing, like the final forsaken thing this world forgot to take with it. Her skin is deathly pale and ice cold. I'm sorry. Or slip out fragile and quiet. She isn't speaking to be heard. They were the ones who opened the gateway. They tore the rift right open. They explored recklessly without a care. They lost humanity's leader. It was everything they did. Or maybe it's just a regular kid and they're just using the silhouette. Chris crouching beside her turns his face away. Then a tiny movement in her arms, so it seems no more than a finger stirring. It sounds so small that the wind nearly stole it. The Aurora hears it anyway, catches a flutter of the child's lashes, and her heart stutters along with them. Tears land hard on that pale, dust-covered face. She's alive. She's still alive. The wounds within her, broken open for so long, begin to close. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Body trembles with a joy she cannot contain. As that the one being saved isn't the child at all, but herself. Chris turns. He sees those tiny lips moving, barely. He stays for 2 full seconds before his hands come up to cover his face. From the rear, number 8 surges forward. Her leg was injured back in the head of her tower, and she's been dragging behind the team ever since. Now she limps through the rubble, but she's moving faster than anyone with that wound has a right to. Put her down. Let me do a quick check. Number 6 kneels. Her right hand goes straight to the keratin, fingers finding the familiar groove. Just back an eyelid, pinches the turger, drives a thumbnail into the flesh, and counts a second until pink returns. It's a ritual of efficiency, every motion runs smooth by repetition. Helga, how's she? Severe dehydration, hypothermia, vitals barely registering. By every metric, she looks dead. Snatches the final vial from her waist, clears the child's head, and feeds the liquid, one drop at a time. The child's arm lifts slowly, drifting up beneath the gray sky, moving faintly as if searching for something. Easy now. Easy. Your body's still very weak. The child heaves herself up, but her arms give out almost at once. She crumbles back down. Her brow knots, flicker of fury at her own powerlessness. The arrow catches her shoulders before she can try again. Around them, the Vanguard members rush over, as if they just found a lifeline. Who are you? Where's Luna? Luna? Your little sister. Her voice sharpens with a sudden urgency. Words quicken, but her voice shrinks, as if clawing through the rubble of memory itself. Then she stops abruptly, says her hands only to find them empty. She can't piece it together. When her grip failed, when her consciousness broke, when her sister disappeared. She fights to rise one last time, but her body gives out all at once, floating like a wind-up toy mid-step. Falls into Leora's arms. Ever fierce resolve had held her upright is gone now, emptied in a breath. Julian, take a look around and let me know. She's the last one alive and uninfected. I see. Listen to me. Your sister might still be alive. It isn't a convincing lie, but the light that had died in the child's eyes flares back to life in an instant. We're having trouble finding her right now, but we know for certain that she's not in this area anymore. She shifts slightly and the wreckage behind her comes into full view. It's dangerous near the head of our tower. I'm sorry. Looks at her, his eyes heavy with regret and the confusion he can't shake. How did a child end up in a place like this? The world has become very sick. We're doing everything we can to cure it. When the world recovers, and when you recover, you'll find your sister. I promise. But this place is too dangerous for you to stay. Would you like to come with us? Yura hesitates, searching for the right words. Opens her mouth to answer, then stops. The question's so simple, yet it catches her off guard. What are they exactly? Vanguard? The word might be too grand for a child to grasp. Rescuers? But they really saved anyone? Researchers? That won't explain why they're out here in the ruins. Warriors. Right. We're warriors. The child's gaze drifts, faint and unsteady across the devastation surrounding them. And over the 12 battered adults standing before her, understanding settles in, she quietly places her hand on Leora's arm. The child weighs almost nothing, finally light. Helga's nod, Leora lifts her carefully. Right, we never asked. What's your name? Beneath the boundless night sky, the Vanguard team makes its way back to base. Trudge across collapsed bridges, through shattered streets, past the skeletal remains of a city consumed by chaos crystals. Everything they fought so desperately to protect has become a silent procession lining the road. Mourners at an endless funeral. The ashen sky holds no promise of dawn, as though it's forgotten how to brighten it all. Now and then they glance down at the small figure sleeping in Leora's arms. This cruel world offers them nothing. No victory, no answers. A single flickering light, fragile and faint, still breathing. What the heck? What is this? Half a dust cracker lies in the ruins. One side still bears the mark of someone gripping it tightly. In a place that is short of supplies, who could afford to throw away half a cracker? Oh, okay, so it's gonna paint a bigger picture here. But interesting, okay. But after reading the recent Chained Soldier chapter, you think Yuki's gonna be able to beat Naruhime on his own without Kyoka? She is a god after all, so he's probably gonna happen. I would think so. If I had to guess, and this is just a guess, mind you, I think because of the way that we already know how, like, from the story, both the manga and the anime, it shows, like, the more times he transforms and takes on different abilities, the more his regular senses start to hone in and his strength starts to, like, level up. I feel like since he's kind of been doing that multiple times, and hell, he even kind of connected with the Thunder God, it's probably possible that he'll be able to either transform or at least use an ability or two from those other transformations himself. At least that's what I think, anyway. God damn it, I forgot to watch Digimon Beat Break. I swear to God, I keep forgetting this. Okay, I'm watching it tomorrow, guaranteed. I'm watching it tomorrow. I'm gonna watch at least an episode or two. I promise. I swear, why the hell do I keep forgetting this? I'm so stupid. But interesting. So this is Lucia, though. But how does this happen, though? Because it seems like they're still in their old world, right? But how can that be? Lucia doesn't exist. Well, actually, no. Because, again, technically Nemo exists both in that world and this world, right? But... wait. The problem is I don't really know, like, timeline-wise when everything happened. Like, I don't remember specific days. Like, the specific date when, Lucia and Luna were hiding when their mama hid them to keep the corrupted away from them. And when, Lucia and, Luna were separate and everything. If I knew what the time was for them, then I could probably figure things out. But it sounds like they were still living together for a time before being taken to that orphanage or something, right? So it's like, you're telling me this happened even way before? Like, is that really the case?
Or I guess this could just be a history in which Luna and Lucia didn't exist till much later in history. I guess that's also a possibility, right? It's just something that could have happened much later. Because it's like I said, people can still probably exist in another timeline, but maybe just not in the same way that you think they do, right? Whether it be through their path in life or maybe time-wise. So if I had to guess, Lucia and Luna didn't exist till maybe a bit later after the time that they should have been around, right? Leading to them being around when the chaos contamination had already kind of hit its peak for the most part, because it sounds like, again, they're still in their world, but they just exited the tower. At least that's how it looked. I don't know. We'll have to see a bit more into this next time as to if they even are still in their world, because again, I don't know. I can't really imagine that Lucia would still exist the way she does. And then how would that lead to her becoming... Because that's the thing, right? If this is a completely if this is the same timeline, then FOS College shouldn't exist, right? Everything else should have already happened. The world should already be gone. So how would she be a commandant or someone who studied at FOS College? Because that's probably what the signal is, right? Like the FOS signal, that's her ID as a member of FOS. But that's from her timeline. But when translated here, it looks like Joanne's, or a random one that shouldn't exist, but it actually does, but just from an alternate history. And like, again, some of the rules still do exist to allow that existence to still, you know, exist. But this game very interesting because, again, making you think like, is that actually Lucia? That's this chimera? But again, how'd she end up like this if that's the case? Because again, she would have still been human, correct? Again, unless maybe she's like Chrome, who's an exception, who can be both a constant and a commandant, which could be possible. Again, we don't really know too much about this whole situation. But damn, this is crazy. And also, they cut off so many characters so damn quickly, bro. Like, I get it. There's gonna be a lot of death in this kind of game. Because in the end, it's a battle of survival for humanity. But at the same time, it's like, dude, it took long for Kamui for us to learn about them, to go through experiences with them, to connect with them, and then to part with them. And here we are, we're just going guns blazing. I mean, I don't mind it, because again, we're getting more to the real-hearted issue, right? And again, this is the difference between people who are actually used to the battlefield and people who only learn about it but don't actually go to it, right? That's kind of the difference here. Not to say Eliana and Valen aren't, considering they were upperclassmen of the Commandant and Vanessa, but just more so that it's like the whole punishing and corrupted situation has evolved so much since they first took role that they probably couldn't prepare or even have the skills to survive this kind of crisis, whereas like Vanessa, the Commandant, Simon, and the others had already gone through the twins, the hetero tower, and all that other bullshit to get to this point that these guys are, that the current commandants of today are just on a completely different level. That's just how I think anyway. But still, this is a very interesting story, mind you. I'm very excited to see where this is going to go from here, because honestly, I don't know. I don't know how this is going to continue on. I don't know who this Lucia actually is, or what kind of time this even really is, and what a world without Dominic would actually be like. It's like, I can't even begin to imagine, because he's contributed so much. It's hard to even think, could the world even survive as long as it did without a Dominic? I mean, they do have the members of the Vanguard team, and Nemo included, / Vonnegut, so I don't know. It'd be hard to tell, but anyway, like I said, we'll have to save that for next time. I don't work today, so I'll probably stream Honkai Star Rail today, because I didn't do it on Sunday because I was just so busy with work. Although I really do want to do Punishing Grey Raven, I'll be completely honest, I really want to, but at the same time, I gotta hold it together. I can still put time to stream it another day. I still have a Thursday if I want to stream. So I'll think about doing that. and I'll try to find some time tomorrow or Thursday to at least grind Berseria, because like I said, I want to do a bit of grinding for levels before I potentially go fight a dragon. So I'm gonna have to try to figure out stuff about that. Fine, it's cool, man. Just give me the word up when you get through episode 11. Oh, okay. Appreciate your patience, man. Again, I promise I will at least watch an episode or two tomorrow. I'm making sure of it. And also, it's already pretty late, so I'm probably head off to bed. But anyway, let me give a huge shout out to everyone who showed up to the stream tonight. So shout out to Guardian Soulblade, Desno Nem, and Divine Wing for all showing up to the stream. It was great chatting with all of you. And also glad to see Alpha back on the main stage where she fucking belongs, and with Lucy and the Commander too. Like I said, this chapter is hype. I've been waiting for this for so long. I can't wait to see what else we have to discover, because it's crazy. But anyway, if you guys did enjoy the stream but already found the channel, please make sure to leave a follow. Much appreciated. Check out my YouTube channel, I post all the VODs. Subscribe there as well. Join the Discord, you guys already. Links to all those are on the channel. But this has been Santos Voice. Hope you guys have a great rest of your night. I'll see you guys next time. We're out.
「あなたの任務量は基準値を超えているわ。代わりに任務対象を処理したり、これをダウンさせてもいいけれど、どちらも嫌ならその手の端末をすぐ置いて休むことね。